on Sunday. That is honestly all that anybody is talking about. It's on the TV shows. It's pretty much every conversation I'm having with family is what's happening on Sunday, and just everyone here is focused on Sunday. But we do have other things happening in the world, including tonight. We do have some SmackDown. Tomorrow, we will have UFC as well. So there are other things going on. Wimbledon, I think, is happening, but I really don't know. No one's talking about Wimbledon, although it is on the TV. And I believe the finals are this weekend, but it is all about Sunday for us here in the UK. But as we said, before we get to that, we obviously have to get through today and tomorrow. Today, we've got WWE, which is lovely. It's always lovely when we've got WWE live streams to do. So, yeah, it should be a good show. Let's run down what we've got tonight, and then we can dig into your thoughts, your theories, your questions, your quandaries. So, Solo Sikoa is going to continue his dominance. Doesn't say how. Obviously, we just got a little backstage thing last week, so I don't know if he's going to actually be there this week. I would think so. And we know that he's on a collision course with Cody, and we know that that's in a few weeks, SummerSlam. So we're heading towards that. Tiffany Stratton is going to celebrate her Money in the Bank victory. She won Money in the Bank last weekend. If you joined us, I hope you had a good time. I really enjoyed it, and I hope you did as well. I mean, the show itself was a real mixed bag, but it had so many talking points. There was so much stuff that happened, some goods, some bads. If you want to get kind of our thoughts about it, we do opinion videos. We do them on the second channel, and there's so many interesting topics over there. We've got an opinion video all about Money in the Bank. We've got an opinion video all about NXT Heatwave the next night. We've got one to do with Raw. We've got one that we did on NXT. We've got one to do with who should be the women's mid-card champions. We've got one about how would you book John Cena's farewell 2025 tour, right? We've got lots of videos going over there. There'll be another one that goes over there after tonight's SmackDown, about tonight's SmackDown. So keep an eye out on our Twitter account, because we'll put the post up asking for your feedback, and then we'll do a video on that. Also, DIY are going to defend their WWE Tag Team titles against A-Town Down Under. Is tonight the night that Grayson and Theory split? We thought it was going to be last week. Obviously, we saw the titles change, but is tonight the night that we actually get the split? I think so. Then we've got Michin taking on Nia Jax, and we've got Baron Corbin and Apollo Crews teaming up to take on Legado del Fantasma. So, interesting. I don't know if this is a new tag team that we're exploring, but yeah, Baron Corbin, Apollo Crews teaming up to take on Legado del Fantasma. So that's the lineup. What I would say is, on paper, it looks okay. I would not be surprised for there to be some big shocks and swerves, because this is the road to SummerSlam, right? We are on that road now. We do need to be telling some stories as we approach arguably the second biggest show of the year. So I'm really looking for something for us to get our teeth into. Obviously, over the weekend, we may get some more Wyatt 6 tweets. We've been getting them as well. That would connect to whatever we're going to get on Raw. So we need to keep our eyes peeled over the weekend for that. A few other little bits, news, stuff like that. I mean, I've got all of those in the folders ready to go. So yeah, there's just loads, man. There's just loads of talking points, loads of things for us to get our teeth into. I want to jump into the chat, and I want to get going with that, because I know that you lot are going to have lots of thoughts. So with that being said, let's go Demon, who said, Days, do we think Solo will call out Cody tonight? Yeah, definitely. I think that him pinning Cody definitely sets us on that path, and he made it very clear he wants that championship. Everything feels like it's Solo against Cody at SummerSlam. we need to get that in the book, really. I mean, we need the graphic. We need everyone to know what we're doing. There's not really any reason to delay it. I can't see Cody saying no to that match. So, yeah, I would not be shocked if by tonight it's announced, it's official, we've got the graphic, and it's all confirmed and done. There's not really a reason to stretch it out. Like, Cody will accept the challenge. He's not going to back down from anyone. And Solo has done everything to make it clear he wants that title. So I would expect the graphic tonight. I'd expect it all done tonight, yeah. Undercover Manager said, did you see my email? I didn't. I'm drowning in it. Direct messages and emails, I'm drowning in. I'm up to speed with my Twitter notifications, but no. The emails, it's been probably about 2 weeks since I've actually even bothered opening them. But let me see what you're saying. You're saying, did you see my email about the film The Game Michael Douglas having a White Rabbit song in it, and some other weird vibes that the film gives it a watch if you ever have? I've seen the film The Game before, but I clearly not recently, and so not thinking along the Bray lines. So yeah, I totally could see some influences coming from there. I think Bray took influences from a lot of films and a lot of different places, like mythology as well obviously shows itself. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it came from that. So there we go. Undercover Manager saying check out The Game film, and you should see some crossovers with White Rabbit. Connor said, I am doing good. Connor, shout out to you. Joe said, Apollo and Corbin as a tag team should be awesome. Trenton said, I read a report that Jimmy is coming back tonight. The Flash said, do we get Theory Waller at SummerSlam? I think so. Yeah, I think so. Guys, hope everyone is well, said Daz. Today is Sami Zayn's and Hurricane's birthday. Happy birthday to them, said Douglas. Alex said, did you see the tweet from Tom about Alexa? What do you think? I think that he has, well, I'm guessing he's heard something, because it would be very strange to send a tweet out like that if you haven't heard something. He was, I can't remember the exact wording, but it was something like, we're real close now, or it's getting closer, or something like this, and then a picture of Alexa. So I don't know that means that she's on the show tonight. Actually, I think PWN reported earlier that she's expected to be appearing on Raw, right, when she returns. Now, I think Raw is in Ohio on Monday. So there is a chance that she could be appearing on Monday, because maybe they just want Roman coming back at SummerSlam. Perhaps they're looking at it thinking, well, let's just bring Roman back. The only thing I would say is, for me personally, I really think if you're going to bring Alexa back, you should tease Alexa. That, to my knowledge, there's been no teases of someone coming in. So I think that it would be, create that buzz, create that excitement, show someone that we've never seen before in some costume in the background that we've never seen before. Get some buzz going, get some theories, get some conversation. I would much rather do that than just bang, here she is, and she just comes out on Monday. I'm not going to say I'd be disappointed with that, but it's not the way that I would go, because I just think people love that kind of speculating, conversation, theories, Easter eggs, cryptic clues. You're kind of leaving all of that on the table. You're not doing any of that if you just, boom, here she is on Monday. So I don't know. I mean, it would suggest to me that he's heard something, because you wouldn't just randomly go, oh, I'm going to tweet this out now. Like, he has said he expected her to return around SummerSlam. So what I would say is, yeah, good. Even if she comes back Monday, that's good enough for me. You know, she didn't arrive at King and Queen of the Ring. She didn't arrive with the rest of the group. She didn't arrive at Money in the Bank. This is the road to SummerSlam. So if she arrives on Monday, fine. And no problems in regards to, I feel like I've been lied to or anything. Like, I think originally they said it was going to be SummerSlam, but if they've looked at it and decided, no, let's do it a few weeks before because we want SummerSlam to just be the Roman return. We don't want Roman's return to overshadow other returns. Then you could understand that. I could understand that. So, yeah, fine. If Monday, I'd say there's a chance. I would say there's a chance. And I don't know if that's not going to snowball the closer that we get to Monday. But yeah, Tom Colohue has sent that tweet out. He must have heard something. We are in the run to SummerSlam. We were expecting her at SummerSlam. But if it's a few weeks before, because we're in Ohio, I think Monday, then so be it, So, yeah, them's my thoughts on it. Certainly, that's the only thing that we've seen on the Alexa thing. And as I said, PWN reported they expect her to be coming back on Raw. But they didn't say this week's Raw, just when she comes back, Raw. Jamie said, did you see the footage of Undertaker being filmed for the WrestleMania game on YouTube? I don't know. If it's the old footage that's kind of done the rounds for like the past few years, is it the one where he's wearing like, what was the colour gloves? Red. Was it red colour gloves? If it's the old footage of him in like red gloves and red boot coverings, because he never wore them in the ring. He only ever wore, I think it was grey. He did have black gloves on his very first match. And then he had grey, and then he had obviously purple, and then we moved away from that and we went into like ministry. But for the WrestleMania game, he wore red. And it's one of those things that just keeps resurfacing. I think people see it, it then gets forgotten about, and then a whole new audience finds it, and then it gets forgotten about, and then it'll come back again in a few years. So if it's that, yes. I saw that many years ago, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was doing the rounds again. It's one of those that just seems to keep coming back around, unless it's something different, and I might not have seen that. James said, Jadon Sancho is back with United. Him and Eric Ten Hag cleared the air, and I hope that he stays. Connor said Sancho has apologized to Ten Hag, but just on that, I'm not bothered what he does, to be honest. I don't know that he's good enough for the Premier League, but that's a whole separate conversation. If he stays, brilliant, but I don't know. We've played him quite a few times in the past. He's never really done anything, so I don't know. Get rid, I think. Bring someone fresh in, but Nathan said, how was your day? It was all right, actually. It was a bit weird, just because Thursdays are a bit weird for me. I tend to do member streams, and we did a quiz, and it was a lot of fun. Then, of course, I did the Unseen video, and I did think that tweet from Adam Pearce was quite interesting, because we haven't really heard from Adam Pearce since the meeting. So the fact that he's tweeted out, and it was a bit of a cryptic tweet. Sometimes he just tweets out, love somebody today. And he tweets that quite regular. But this one had a bit more to it, and was a bit more, I thought, cryptic than what he normally sends. And I did wonder if it was connected to his meeting with Bo. So we kind of got our teeth into that in Unseen. And then, of course, there was a few really fun clips as well, like Chelsea Green, where she did a Taylor Swift and got in the box and actually got wheeled through the WWE crowds, and they didn't even know she was in the box, which I thought was a really fun clip. Obafemi complaining that people had voted pancakes better than waffles. I mean, some of the stuff we get our teeth into is pretty random, but pretty fun. You never know what's going to be in Unseen, because I never know what's going to be in Unseen. So, yeah, I do really enjoy doing those videos, and it seems like people really enjoy watching them as well. The feedback is normally like overwhelmingly positive. The only reason we haven't done more is because obviously it's been so Wyatt 6 heavy in recent weeks and months. Unseen has kind of had to take a bit of a backseat, but it's always there lurking in the background, ready to reappear when needed. And with no Wyatt 6, like big Wyatt 6 stuff over the past few days, we were able to do a couple of Unseen. So yeah, I did those. Thought they were good, and yeah, felt good uploading them. The reaction to them was good, everything brilliant. And then I don't know, I'm just really looking forward to getting back to streaming. I mean, I do find not streaming on a Wednesday and Thursday like a little difficult. I wish there was just one day that we didn't stream. I think that's because we used to stream on a Wednesday when we did AEW. We don't do it anymore. And so now that means that there's like 2 days where we don't stream. I still do member streams, but, you know, big public streams. I do miss them on a Wednesday and a Thursday. But it just makes coming back on a Friday even better, to be honest. So it's great to sit down and have a chat with you guys and get stuck into whatever it is that you want to be talking about, you know. And as I said, keep your eyes peeled on our Twitter account, because we do keep asking for your thoughts and your opinions on different topics, and that will continue. If I can, I would love to do one of them videos every day. And I'm really trying to get a different opinion video out every single day for you. We cap it at like half an hour. We don't go over half an hour. I try to get through as many comments as I can. And yeah, I mean, I'd be really open actually to some topics that people would like to discuss. Like what questions could we ask people? Do you know what, actually, I'm going to put that up now, because that is a post I keep meaning to put out there, and I'm actually going to put it out there now, and we'll see kind of what you lots think. I'm going to do it whilst it's in my head. What topics would you like us to discuss in future opinion videos? Okay, I'm going to put that question out on Twitter now. Feel free to... So what I'm looking for are questions, really. Things that will generate answers. So, you know, we've just done how would you book John Cena's 2025? We've just done that. Or who would you put the women's mid-card belts onto? We just did that as well. You know, what is your match of the year so far? You know, could be that. What is your favorite moment of the year so far? It could be that. Anything, any kind of question that's going to generate responses from the community that we can then make into a video. I'm really interested in getting some topics that you would like to discuss, because on a Monday night we do one on Raw. I don't know about doing NXT on Tuesday. It didn't get that many views compared to the other videos we do. I'm not sure there's an appetite for an NXT opinions video. I think that the audience is quite small, quite limited. Maybe it would grow with time. I'm split on that. Definitely one for SmackDown, though. Definitely one for Raw. But then, of course, you've got, what, 5 days rest of the week. So I'm going to need a good amount of questions that we can use for future opinions videos. So feel free to reply to that. It's up on the Twitter account right now. In fact, let me just quickly show you where to go, because obviously there's new people joining us all the time. I think, where do I want to go? Do I want to go to that one? I want to go to that one. So this is the thing. Look at this. We're just 22 follows away. 22 follows away, and then we'll be at 10,000 for the Wrestling Days account. 22, right? There was one of the unseens that we did recently. There's someone's tattoo that they've got of the Bray Wyatt logo, which is very, very cool. Here's Tom Colohue. It's time to start getting excited. So there we go. There was the picture we were talking about. There's Tom Colohue's sentence. This is going to be in Unseen later. Kyle Scarborough claims Bray Wyatt opposed Firefly Funhouse characters coming to life. I've got thoughts on that. And that is going to feature in Unseen later. Sweet Chin Wrestling putting out a very kind link to the stream we're doing right now, which even I haven't done yet. Jimmy Uso has been medically cleared. That'll be in Unseen later after SmackDown. The new Howdy masks are back up. Well, I say new. It's the same one as before, but they're now back available on WWE Shop. So you can... People have said, like, where are they going to put the new ones up? But I think this is the one that he has. I just think that the mouthpiece here is cut. I think it's just this bit has been removed, kind of around here. And then I'm pretty sure the rest of it is the same, but it's just this mouthpiece has been removed now so that you can see his mouth. He should be able to wrestle in this mask as a result. because he can breathe fine with his mouth. He should be able to see okay. I think maybe around the eyes has maybe been cut away a little more as well. But I'm sure this is still the mask that he uses, even though it's not identical to the one that he uses anymore. And then blah, blah, blah. There was AJ and EO over in Japan, big weekends. There's loads of stuff going on. But anyway, I got distracted. Here it is, look. What topics would you like us to discuss in future opinion videos? 3 minutes go. We've already had 9 responses. Feel free to leave your feedback there, and we'll look to see if we can maybe take some of those ideas forwards for the second channel. Right, Kenneth said, how does it feel for your brother to die? The rabbit is watching you, the pig is watching you, the witch is watching you, the buzzard is watching you, the words in red is watching you, says Kenneth. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, Natalia is perfect for the IC title. Think of the Hart family history with the belt with Owen and Brett and Bulldog. Completely agree. Completely agree. We did a video yesterday where we were going into the community's opinions, and I forget the person that first mentioned it, but I really didn't go in with any expectation. I didn't go in with any sort of like, this is who I want. I just went in with like, let's see what people are thinking. And someone mentioned Natalia for the IC title, and you just go, oh my God. I didn't know there was a correct answer, but it turns out there actually is a correct answer. Natalia absolutely 100% should be the first IC title holder, in my opinion. She has done so much in the women's division. You know, she was part of that kind of Total Divas time. She was on that show. She came through that period, but not only could she kind of lean into that world, if you need someone to wrestle, that can actually wrestle, that's come through the Hart family and the Hart dungeon, Natalia's your girl. If you need her to be a bit sexy and be a Total Divas kind of a girl, she can be that girl as well. She kind of has gone through both of those eras. The thing is that for whatever reason, she's just never quite been able to be the top girl, but she's got the most wins of any female in WWE history. She, I think, has got like the most appearances. You know, she's got a few Guinness World Records. She's kind of transitioned into a gatekeeper now, in the sense of, if you are Kiana James, or if you are Cora Jade or Lyra Valkyria, or you're someone that's coming up from NXT, chances are your first match on the main roster will probably be Natalia, because she's there to ease you into it. She's a lovely person. She's going to talk you through things, make you feel comfortable. You know, she's going to go out there. She's going to work to make you look good, but she's going to, you know, test your skills, see how good you are, and be able to give you some really good feedback as well. Like, I suppose in a way it's like wrestling a trainer. I mean, Natalia going on to be a women's trainer at the Performance Center just makes more sense than really anything else I've ever said in my life, because like, I think she lives in Florida. Her husband is a trainer, Tyson Kidd. She's got so much knowledge. She's traveled the world. She's been with the company for God knows how long now. I mean, it's just, her career is incredible, but I don't know that she's ever going to get to the point where she main events WrestleMania. I don't know that we'll ever be able to build her to the point where she can do that. I don't know if she'll even have a women's world title again. Maybe she will. Perhaps we'll give her one last run with one of the belts, but I don't know that she will. But you do look at Natalia and you're like, God, she's such a legend. You really can't talk about women's wrestling in WWE without mentioning Natalia. So what an honor for her to be the first of something, for her to get her name in the history books as the first Intercontinental. And I think Intercontinental really sums up who Natalia is. She's that worker. She's the queen of the workers. She's the queen of the in-ring competitors. You know, maybe she lacks a bit in personality and charisma. Maybe that's certainly not her looks. You know, she was a big part of Total Divas. Certainly not her heritage. It's certainly not her wrestling ability. But for whatever reason, something just stopped her from reaching that higher level. I wonder if it was just because there was always other more preferred options, and it's just sadly simple as that, you know? You couldn't out total diva the Bellas, for example, so you're always going to play second fiddle to them, you know? And during the diva era, I would say they were the faces of the diva era, the Bellas. And maybe it was just a case that, like, Natalia was solid, reliable, did a job, but she was never going to be the Bellas, you know? And by the time we actually got going with proper women's wrestling, perhaps she'd been around a bit long, and there was, again, others they preferred, like Bayley, like Becky, like Sasha, like Charlotte, and Natalia just found herself a little further down the pecking order in that era as well. But it's so frustrating. I really would love for her to get something in, like, you know, a real achievement, you know. She's never won the Rumble, which is madness. I think she absolutely should have, or absolutely should at some point. I don't know that she will now, though. So why not give her the first Intercontinental reign? I feel like, you know, even if she doesn't have it that long, at least she goes in the history books as being the first. So, yeah, I completely agree. I would love to see her achieve that. I'm really got a lot of respect for what she has brought to the women's division and to WWE as a whole. Wisdom has been chasing you, but you've always been faster, said Alkaline MF in Prime. I like the name change. Richard said, maybe Alexa returns on Monday and the Wyatt Six recruit her over the next few weeks by reminding her of who she is, says Richards. David said, the reason's name is Vince. Natalia definitely paid for being a heart. Tony said, if it weren't for the fabulous Moolah, Mae Young or Wendy Richter, we wouldn't have women's wrestling. Yeah, those are some big names from the past. I do agree. Richard, we read that. Adam said, evening days. Evening. I have been a huge fan of Fatu for a while. Okay, so excited that he's in WWE. Do we think that he'll get some single squash matches? Or his first one-on-one being at a pay-per-view, maybe against Orton? Well, that's hard to answer, isn't it? I mean, what I am confident in is that they really see a lot in Jacob Fatu. I totally expect him to be a big star going forward. I think he'll be a breakout star from the Bloodline. I mean, he's one of those names that people have like asked about and wanted for a long time, that have wanted in for a long time. And I think it's his history, his past, that has been that barrier. And I don't know why it's took The Rock to get onto the TKO boards, but that does seem to be the turning point, doesn't it? It does seem to be that The Rock has maybe gone to bat for Jacob. I can't imagine that's a coincidence, that The Rock comes onto the board in January and then a few months later Jacob signed. I've got to think that that's connected. So, it's a very interesting one. He's in now, and I think now that he is in, I think the big obstacle has been overcome. A lot of people won't know that he was actually arrested when he was young, went to jail, went to prison, saw the Usos on TV, and he said that's what turned his life around. So he made some really bad choices when he was young. But he's turned his life around. He's not that person anymore. So everyone deserves a second chance. Obviously, all things considered, depending on what you did. I mean, people I still think do deserve second chances, but, you know, he hasn't killed anyone or anything like that. But I think that it is good that he's in. I think that it's, now that we've overcome that obstacle, now it's a chance for us to showcase him. I think Triple H really likes him. All the reports I've read is that they plan on going big with him. It is expected at some point he'll turn on Solo, but that's not expected for a long, long time because we're going to do Bloodline and all of that stuff. But eventually, like with most things, you know, tag teams tend to split up, factions tend to split up. The expectation is that he will break away from this group and go off on his own. And I think when he does, you're probably talking about a future undisputed champ right there. Because we know he can go in the ring. I think have you seen the entrance they've given him? I mean, like, the entrance music sounds badass. The flames shooting up and the graphics and everything looks badass. Like, the entrance looks like a world champion entrance. It doesn't look like someone that's just part of a group. Like, it looks and feels big. It's good. So I think they are excited by that signing now that they've got him in. Yeah, he could absolutely win some squash matches. What he does at SummerSlam, I don't know. I'm probably leaning towards maybe not a singles match. I'm thinking maybe we do Bloodline versus some people, because that way you get people on the card. You know, it'll be Solo against Cody, but then do you do Tonga Loa, Tama Tonga, and Jacob taking on Randy, Kevin Owens, and someone else? Like, do we do that? Because it's a way of getting everyone onto that SummerSlam card. And, you know, we know that Triple H doesn't like lots of matches. You know, Triple H isn't really likely to do, say, Tama Tonga versus Kevin Owens as a match, and then do Jacob versus Randy as a match. Or maybe you just leave those people off the cards. But that would be a bit of a shame, wouldn't it, to not have some of these people make it onto the SummerSlam card. So, I don't know, it's tricky. It's really tricky because definitely Solo Cody, but then what do you do with the rest of the bloodline, and what do you do with Randy Orton? Do you just go Randy Orton, Jacob Fatu, and then just sorry to everyone else? Or do you do Bloodline versus Randy, Kevin, and then a mystery person? Which, if you did it as a mystery person, would be exciting, because then, of course, you're getting a lot of speculation as to who is going to be that mystery person, who's going to join up with Randy. And imagine if they could get John Cena. Imagine that. How sick would that be? Randy and Cena teaming together, along with Kevin Owens taking on Jacob, Tama, and Tonga Loa. Like, that would be pretty sick. Tonga Loa hasn't been wrestling, to be honest. Maybe it could just be a tag match. It might be Randy and Kevin taking on Tama and Jacob, and maybe they get them onto the cards that way. So, yeah, very interesting. I agree. Lots to mull over and think about. Delwyn Jones, shout out to you. Hope you are well, my friend. Delwyn said, what do we think about the new signing of Stephanie Vaquer? She's about to get that rocket push. WWE is fully behind her. Going to WWE Mexico house tours is a smart business. Well, like most people that come in from outside of WWE, I don't really have many thoughts. It is funny to me that I don't hear anyone talking about these people. I don't hear about these names. And then as soon as they sign with WWE, all of a sudden everyone's telling me they're the greatest thing since sliced breads. I do find that quite humorous. And so, I mean, like, I genuinely, I mean, wasn't someone told me that, like, Delta is signing with WWE, and I'm starting to get people telling me, like, oh, keep an eye out for Delta. And it's like, I've never heard of Delta. I've never heard of Delta. And, like, Stephanie Vaquer, maybe people heard of her because of AEW. She did have a high-profile match with AEW, but really, honestly, that was the first I'd heard of her. I'd never heard of her. I've never heard of her. I've never seen her. I never watched her match in AEW because I don't watch AEW. So to me, it's about as exciting as Flat Pop. Honestly, I'm just not excited. But that doesn't mean that I can't get excited, because I'm seeing the buzz. I am wondering how much of that buzz is genuine, because I do think that there is a lot of people getting onto a hype train, right? And that's fine. listen, I've watched wrestling long enough to know that that's how the game works. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that with you guys. I'm going to be very honest in saying, I don't know. I really don't know. I've never watched her. I'd never heard of her. She had a match against Mercedes for AEW, which I didn't watch. And I heard it was very good. And I heard that WWE signed her, like snapped her up. I don't know if they were in talks before the match, but I know that she was the New Japan Strong Women's Champion. I genuinely don't know where she's come from. I'm guessing Stardom. If she's got the New Japan Strong belt, I'm guessing Stardom. So, I mean, really, I feel like you're dealing with the number of people that watch Stardom, and how many is that? I mean, it's not many people. It really isn't many people. So I'm just honest. I've always say I put a big price on being honest. I would not sit here and go, oh my God, she had this match, she did this, she did that. I don't know. But the amount of buzz, which I don't know if I can trust, is huge. And people are saying it's a massive sign-in and it's game-changing and all this kind of stuff. We'll see, won't we? We'll find out. Let's get her into NXT. I'm interested to see what she can do. It does make me... I had someone tag me going, why did WWE keep putting these world-renowned talents into NXT? And I'm like, until about a week ago, I'd never heard of her. So I don't think we can call her world-renowned, right? Like, for me, like, if I don't know her, casual fans ain't going to stand a chance. So, like, for me, NXT is the perfect landing spot for her. So, get her in there. Get her used to working in the US. Get her used to working the WWE style. Get her used to all the little cues. And don't forget, each company's different. There's a few companies that are like, you can do this, you can't do that. This is when we go to commercial. This is what we want you to do when we go to commercial. These are the banned moves that we've got that you can't use. Just even if she is like the greatest women's wrestler that we have ever seen, right? She's still going to need to learn like loads of WWE do's and don'ts. She's going to need to know about all those things that we just mentioned. And the WWE style is very different because some wrestlers just get their head down and they just get lost in the match. But with WWE, you've got to keep bringing the crowd on board. You've got to keep interacting with the fans. There's those moments where you're in the corner and you will gesture out to the fans before then throwing in some shots or grabbing your opponent and going for a suplex. Like those moments where you interact with the fans. Not everyone's doing that stuff. So, but WWE, that's a big part of it. Make sure the crowd is always involved. Make sure that you are always getting reactions out of them and keeping them on board. I suppose in a way it's a little bit like checking your mirrors in the car. If you're driving, they say, don't they, every few seconds you should be checking your mirrors. Sort of feel like in a WWE match, every few seconds you should be finding ways of, interacting with the crowd one way or another. And there's lots of little bits like that that's not learning how to wrestle, but it's learning the WWE style. So that's why, to me, her going to NXT is no problem whatsoever. It's where Asuka went. It's where Shinsuke Nakamura went. It's where Kevin Owens and Finn Balor and Sami Zayn and all these amazing talents. It's where LA Knight went. LA Knight, who was in his late 30s, I think, when he went to NXT, had been wrestling for like 15, 20 years. He went to NXT. But it's not about learning how to wrestle. It's about learning the WWE style. So I don't have any expectations. I see the buzz. People are very excited. We'll see what she does. Obviously, Julia's coming in as well. I've seen a lot more of Julia. I kind of feel like, I only heard about her from the Mercedes match, and then all of a sudden we've signed her, and as you rightfully said, now she's been announced as being on the Mexico tour, which makes sense because I believe that's the part of the world that she's been operating in. I think, hasn't she been in CMLL? Who the flip watches CMLL? I don't know. It's amazing. I also think that part of the fact it's been quite quiet has meant that we live in a world now where you've got, say, 1,000 YouTube channels that all focus on wrestling. You've got 1,000 TikTok accounts that all focus on wrestling. You've probably got 5,000 Twitter accounts that all focus on wrestling. You've probably got 1,000 Instagram, 2,000 Instagram accounts. I mean, you know, you add it all together, you're probably dealing with like 20,000 accounts or something across all social platforms that deal in wrestling, that are all looking at wrestling content to try and talk about wrestling. So if it's quite quiet and there's not really much going on, then you end up with 20,000 accounts talking about Stephanie Vaquer trying to make out she's the greatest thing we've ever seen. And she might be. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. She could be the greatest thing, but I think that's why all of a sudden there's all this buzz, because I think social media is a very powerful platform. And I think that if there's not anything else to talk about, you can find yourself the talk of the town, and that can be loud. So I don't begrudge it. I'm not down on her. I hope that's not coming across. I'm really not down on her. I'm excited to see what she can do. And if she is as good as people are saying, then that's an excellent signing by WWE. So, yeah, we'll see what she does. I don't know when we get started with her, but we'll see what she can bring. Mayor Pete said Vaquer had a showcase match at a New Japan show in San Jose. Jacob, Fatu, and Julia were on that card. She is solid, says Mayor Pete. Mayor Pete, shout out to you. It aired online, brackets, says Mayor Pete. And Ninja XOX said, I can't wait for Uncle Howdy's debut match at next year's Royal Rumble. Well, I don't know if that's where he's going to debut. I did get sent a card earlier of a SummerSlam card, and it was like a mock-up that someone had done, and it had Uncle Howdy taking on Chad, and I've said before, I don't know that that's the match. I don't know that that's what we get at SummerSlam. It absolutely could be, but I think there's also a chance that we have it being faction versus faction, and it's like the group taking on the group, like Alpha Academy 2.0 taking on Wyatt family. So yeah, I'm interested to see obviously what we end up getting. I totally expect something at SummerSlam, but when do we get Uncle Howdy's debut solo match? I genuinely don't know. And I don't know that it's SummerSlam, but I do expect a Wyatt 6 match at SummerSlam. So who knows? You might be waiting until Royal Rumble. Days, good evening, Stephen. Good evening. Hope you are well. Says, it's more than likely Roman will return Nia to Bad Bloods, or will it be SummerSlam? Football subject, looking forward to Ipswich in the Premier League. Is it SummerSlam is the expected for Roman, yeah. And Ipswich back I'm very pleased about, because I used to live in Ipswich. So I lived in Ipswich in 2013, and I think it was like Christmas of 2012 going into 2013. I lived there for, I think it was about 10 months, and I found it, I really liked it, but I also, it was a bit strange. It's very much on its own. Ipswich is very much keeps itself to itself. So, you know, you sort of get to know a lot of people in the area, in the city. And then, like, you know, if you go for drinks, you're seeing a lot of the same people. It's not a massive place. And so, like, you kind of, I don't know, you can travel, but other places are quite sparse, quite spread out. It's very unique in that way. I'm very used to, say, Birmingham, which is just huge. It's one of the biggest cities in the UK. So I'm so used to Birmingham and having like a million different places to go and get a drink. Whereas in Ipswich, obviously your options are a lot smaller and it's all very confined. But there was a lovely charm to Ipswich that I really loved as well. It was very kind of kept itself to itself. It was, I don't know, it felt a bit of a slower pace of life as a result. It felt a bit more chilled as a result. You kind of feel like you're a bit detached from the rat race a little bit. So the hustle and the bustle of the big cities, you know, it felt different in Ipswich. So yeah, I look back on that time with a lot of fondness. a lot of fondness. I really enjoyed my time there. I don't know that I could live there forever, because I think I would miss the big cities. But to live there for like 10 months, I had a really lovely time. So I have got this real fondness for Ipswich. So I wish you all the best in the Premier League. Let's go down. Days, you can trust me on these things. Steph is one of the best in the world. Oh, I can definitely trust you, James. If there's one person that I know genuinely is watching all this wrestling, it's you. I know that you watch all the shows. So, yeah, I can believe, if you're telling me she is one of the best, that she'll be one of the best. And as I said, I am genuinely excited that she's coming in. I think if WWE signs someone from like one of the other promotions, that is interesting, because, you know, they didn't have to go and get those people, because they now have the ability to create stars from scratch. You know, you've got to have something about you if WWE wants to bring you in from AEW, or bring you in from New Japan, or bring you in from Stardom, or bring you in from Marigold, or bring you in from TNA. Like, you've got to have something about you, because WWE has now shown the ability that they can take an athlete that's never stepped in a wrestling ring and train them from scratch to create some of the biggest stars. I mean, Bianca Belair came from being a CrossFit athletics champion. Kalani Jordan, who is killing it in NXT, I'm absolutely loving. She has come over from gymnastics. You've got Trick Williams, who we believe came over from American football. Obafemi, I believe, has come over from football. Like, these are not people that you can find footage of them wrestling at Beyond Wrestling, or you can find footage of them competing, you know, in Ring of Honor or anything like this. They haven't come through the system. They haven't come through those indies. They have been plucked from obscurity and then turned into some of the biggest stars that we've got. So WWE has shown they have the knowledge and the ability to create their own stars. They can just create them. Just get the raw ingredients, put it in the performance center, out comes gold, right? So if WWE has looked at you and you're in another promotion and they've gone, we like that, that's, you know, that's a real big thumbs up, isn't it? You must have something that they are really interested in if they've gone, yeah, let's go and bring them in. So yeah, very good. We'll see what she brings. I'm excited to see when she gets going. Could we see Tiffany cashing in at SummerSlam, said Jeremy. There's a chance. I think there is value in Tiffy in the bank. I think that there is value in that. I think that you might want to just run with that for a little bit and actually run with having Tiffy in the bank. I think that you could probably create a pink case. You could put Tiffy in the bank on it, and you can, you know, really go big with merch. So I would look to do something like that. So I don't know that you have a cash in at SummerSlam. I think you probably try to make a bit of money out of her carrying that briefcase first. Mr. B said, greetings and salutations. Plus chatters in the box. Remember to hit that like, Mr. B. Shout out to you, my friends. Do we see The Rock turning on Roman one day and then they fight at WrestleMania 41? Yes and no. I mean, I feel like The Rock has probably turned on Roman already. It just has not been shown yet. I think The Rock will side with Solo. And, you know, I think Roman is not going to side with Solo. After that beatdown of Paul Heyman, I think it would be a bad look now for Roman to come back and not be bothered about that. I think he should be bothered about that. That, you know, the wise man got attacked. And, you know, to all intents and purposes, Roman didn't even know about it. I wonder if he'll bring his father into the story as well. Because Sikoa will not mind that at all. Sikoa would be absolutely fine with that. If it was like, you attacked the wise man whilst I was burying my father, you know, you chose to stab me in the back whilst I was paying my last respects to my own father. I could see a line like that. I could see that featuring. And some people might be like, oh, you shouldn't use that, blah, blah, blah. But listen, we're talking about wrestlers and retired wrestlers. We're talking about people that have loved the business and loved telling stories in the business. And I think one of the biggest honors that you can pay a deceased wrestler is to have them involved in a story. It's a bit like, I feel like the biggest example of this was when CM Punk, in the build towards his match with Undertaker at WrestleMania 29, Paul Bearer had just passed away. And we actually had Paul Bearer's ashes in an urn, and CM Punk opened it and tipped all the ashes out of Paul Bearer. And I remember the reaction to that. People were absolutely horrified. Absolutely horrified. You're going back to like 2013 there, but people they couldn't believe it. They could not believe it that WWE had sunk that low and had gone that far and had been that disrespectful. And there really was people going, you just can't do that. That is so disrespectful. But Undertaker straight away came out and went, you don't know Paul like I know Paul. He would have loved to have been featured. I mean, they weren't his actual ashes, right? They weren't his real ashes, but he would have loved to have featured one more time in a story, because it's just that's what they do. That was their lives. That's what they did. They told stories. They were storytellers. And perhaps he wouldn't be pleased that he didn't get paid for it, but he'd be pleased that he featured one more time. So Undertaker was in no doubt. It's absolutely fine. I know him as well as anyone knows him. He would have loved it. I think the same with Sikoa as well. I think Sikoa, just even a little mention like that, being mentioned on TV and being a part of, you stabbed me in the back whilst I was burying my own father. Because he did, didn't he? I mean, that is what happened. It's just obviously coincidental. They didn't mean to do it when Sikoa had passed. But yeah, I think that when Roman comes back, he's sure to be faced now. I think that Rock has probably already stabbed him in the back. We just haven't seen it yet. So, yeah, lots of exciting stuff on the way. Although I haven't heard that WrestleMania is going to be Rock versus Roman. I heard that it's going to be Cody versus Rock. But, we just don't know. I mean, we're talking about rumors, We don't quite know where we're going, but we know that Cody Rock, is the plan next, because they've planted those seeds. We thought it would be SummerSlam, but it doesn't look like it is. So Cody Rock is what I'm expecting for WrestleMania. Rock Roman. I don't know if you do that at SummerSlam 2025 or if you do that at WrestleMania 42, but I'm thinking it's Rock and Cody. Simulation 54 said, I won't be surprised if an angry Tony Khan decides to put a world title on Flair so a specific somebody doesn't beat... Oh, it's got took away. Are you saying bring Ric Flair in? Is he still in to AEW? Tony Khan putting the belt on Ric Flair just to get one over on WWE and the whole John Cena thing. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. You've got a bit of a problem there in the sense of I don't think WWE would be recognizing AEW's as a world title. So on WWE TV, I would totally expect it to be that they would have John Cena win that 17th, and whatever AEW wanted to do, it just is not acknowledged by WWE. In WWE's eyes, makes no difference whatsoever. It's a nothing belt. It ain't a world title. It ain't acknowledged. It is not recognized by WWE. Cena is on 17. Ric Flair's on 16. He could be 20-time AEW world champion. Don't make a flip. So I really wouldn't shock me if Tony Khan did do that. And, there'd be big questions about putting a world title on a 70-something-year-old man who had flipping a heart attack in his last match, passed out and all this kind of stuff, making him your world champion would be bold. That would be bold. And WWE wouldn't acknowledge it anyway. It wouldn't be recognized. I've no doubt about that. Smackdown is on Sky Sports 2 tonight, said Stephen. TNT Sports 2, yes. Jacob said they have wanted Rock Roman for the last 2 Manias. It didn't go according to plan both times. We'll probably get it next year, said Jacob. Tingus Pingus said, Days, do we think we get Gable against Bo at SummerSlam or Gable versus Howdy at SummerSlam? Do you think we get Gable Bo at SummerSlam or Gable Howdy? I think we get Alpha Academy against Wyatt Six. I don't think we get a singles match because we're trying to get the Creed brothers on boards. We're trying to get Ivy Nile on boards. So we're trying to build a faction for Chads. And I don't see the Wyatt Six having a match before SummerSlam. So why is he trying to get them? Why is he trying to get these people on boards? I mean, you could say for after SummerSlam or for outside interference purposes. But equally, you could say it's because we're going to do Alpha Academy 2.0 against Wyatt Six. And the other point, which I think is very valid, is why would Bo bring all these neglected people together in this family, and then as soon as we get to their first match, go, I've got this, and push them to the side again? Watch me. Watch how I do it. So I don't think it would be a good look if it was a singles match, which might upset people. I don't know. Doesn't upset me. I think it'd be pretty cool to get the Wyatt Six as a faction at SummerSlam. But I think for him to kind of push the others to the side and go, I've got this, guys. I would turn around and go, well, why did you form the group then? Why didn't you just come back on your own if all you was going to do was a singles match at SummerSlam? So I think Alpha Academy 2.0 against Wyatt family. Robert said, how are we doing tonight? What should we be looking for? Is there any drama going on? Oh, wow, there's plenty of drama. I wouldn't be expecting anything Wyatt Six. Of course, we haven't been getting anything. I think WWE have done that on purpose so that we don't go into these shows with that as an expectation. They really want us to know and focus on the fact that, listen, it's not Wyatt Six on a Monday and a Friday. It's just the Monday. If you want them, you've got to tune into Raw, right? On a Friday, it's the Bloodline story. So the Bloodline story is what we're expecting development on tonight. We're also expecting, obviously, Tiffy in the Bank, Tiffany Stratton. She's going to be celebrating her victory. And so we're going to get some more there. We're at A-Town Down Under. We've got a story cooking there as well. We know that we're going to be doing Nia against Bayley. We've got to keep building up with that story. So, yeah, there's lots that is going on at the moment. And there was a great question earlier about will Tiffany cash in at SummerSlam. I'm thinking that she will try. I don't know that she succeeds. I think there's value in having her, because we can't do the men's because we've already done it. So I think there's value in her cashing in a bit further down the road and actually, like, you know, having a pink briefcase and Tiffy in the Bank and selling replica briefcases and t-shirts, and there's probably tons of merch that we can do around this. So I don't know, do you just milk that for a few weeks or do you try and go for a few months? I would be tempted to wait, to be honest. I don't really see what the rush is. So for me, if I was booking it, I would wait. I would have a try, but I would have her kind of not successfully cash in. Maybe Nia does something by mistake, accidentally gets in the way or accidentally knocks Tiffany over or accidentally, like, you know, sticks her arm out, or just as Tiffany's coming down and Tiffany goes down and Nia's like, I didn't mean to do that, because they're friends. Bayley wins the match. Bayley's hurt. Tiffany comes down. Nia accidentally sort of gets in the way. I think you could explore that relationship between those two and have Tiffany being a bit off with Nia, but it's okay. We can get past it. And, you know, on we go, basically. I'd look at something like that. Bayley retaining. Nia costing Tiffany by accident, and then sort of explore their relationship. But I'd keep them on the same page, and I would keep Nia and Tiffany together as we move forward. I think Flair has left AEW, said Lee. I heard they got rid of the drink, and Flair was only there as part of that deal. Tara said, is there any update on where Natalia has been? Has she re-signed with WWE? I actually don't have any update on Natalia. We can have a little look, see what's being said. It says Natalia's status as deal expires. Oh, hello. Natalia says there will be a 4th generation star. As such, she remains one of the 3 members of the Hart family alongside Davey Boy Smith Jr. and Matt Hart still in the wrestling business. According to Natalia, eventually calls it quits sitting down. She was asked about her family. She said, my nephew Maddox, he wants to be a WWE star. He's still little, he's only 12, but he really wants to get into it. And he's been training with me and TJ at the dungeon. He does amateur wrestling in school. He wants to be a WWE superstar. So Maddox could be the 4th generation Hart, and apparently has been training with Natalia and her husband. Right, this is 3 hours ago. Natalia's contract status remains unchanged, raising questions about her future. Wrestling Observer newsletter noted that there's nothing new to report. Her deal is still expected to expire sometime in the summer. Former Executive Vice President of Talent Dan Ventrella has been previously blamed as a likely reason why Natalia and many other WWE stars reached the end of their deals without new negotiations. Despite holding several Guinness World Records for her work in the company, Natalia has played a minor role on TV in 2024. So they're just saying that it's still unchanged, basically. Her contract expires in the summer. Maestro's World said, Days, what should me and my wife name our new husky? Oh, well, that feels like one for the community, doesn't it? So, guys, what do you think Maestro's World should name their new husky? I mean, I feel like Harris just makes the most sense, doesn't it? If you've got a husky, how do you not name it Harris? How do you not? If I had a husky, I'd be naming it Harris. But yeah, let's get a few other suggestions. See what people think. William said, I should dress in a pallbearer costume tomorrow, as I will be a pallbearer at my cousin's funeral. Well, I'm really sorry to hear that. And also, I really don't recommend that. So, but I hope it goes well, my friend. Days, do we think we get a new Bloodline versus old Bloodline at Survivor Series? Said Tingus Pingus. Personally, I do, yes. I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm really looking for it to be Roman, Sammy, Usos. I mean, basically the best version of the Bloodline, the 2022 version of the Bloodline. That version with Honorary Us. I just think of the fun that they could be having as faces. We saw them a few years ago as a heel group. Now we'll be seeing them as faces. I mean, that would be so good. So I'm looking for that personally. Ace5461 said, do you find it interesting that Becky hasn't re-signed? She expired on June 1st over a month ago. Do I find it interesting? Yes and no would be my answer to that. I think that she's a mother. I think her priorities have changed as a result. I think that if you are just working and you're working with your partner, like Seth and Becky were, I think that it's very easy to just, make money and live the life and, kind of do what you do. But as soon as you have a kid, all of a sudden then there is something else that needs focus. It's not just about you and making money. Now there's a smaller version of you that needs your time and needs your attention and needs you, really. You can't really have someone else do it. They can, but it ain't going to be the same, is it, as having like the mom and the dad there. So I sort of feel that I think that's changed everything. I think whilst she was a baby, Rue, like she was on the road with them. But, she's older now. She's of an age where she can really interact. She really knows what's going on. I think this deal has expired. And honestly, I think Becky's got a very difficult choice now. Because I think I don't see her going to AEW. I just don't think that's... I don't think that's an issue. I'm not concerned about that. I'll be stunned. Stunned. I mean, the only reason I think she would go is because I think the money would be competitive, and I think they'd negotiate a lighter schedule because they don't tend to do house shows. So, it'd just be a case of once a week on a Wednesday, probably. And the premium live events. But I'm sure that WWE can match that. If you don't want to do live events, okay. We can take you just for Raws on a Monday and then premium live events. But there's a whole lot to negotiate there now. The money, I think, has got to be right from WWE. I think the dates have got to be right from WWE. And I think that she's got this big, other distraction now, which I totally understand. So her deal coming to an end and her deciding to take some time away, she's got money, she's got everything she needs, she's headlined WrestleMania, she's had incredible moments. I think she's someone that I get the feeling with Becky that she could walk away. I think if this was it, she would probably want one last run and one last match and one last WrestleMania and one last farewell and all that kind of stuff. If this was the end, I think she would want that one last run. But I don't think it's the end. I just think there's a lot to flip in, get your head around. And priority number one for her, I have no doubt, is her daughter. No doubt about that whatsoever. So I think you take the time away, you spend time with your daughter, you get yourself into a place where you feel that you can come back. Okay, she's good. She's on the right path. Her future's secure. We've got a system in place. I'm sure their parents can look after her if needed, and she's got the right deal from WWE and so on and so on. Once all that's in place, I think then she'll come back. What that looks like, if it's limited, if it's a reduced schedule, I would imagine so. But for me, it's that. I don't look at it as oh my God, she's about to go to AEW. I don't have any concerns about that. Because if I was WWE, what I would do is I would say to Becky, right, your deal's expired and we love you. You know that we love you. You've main evented WrestleMania. You've been in some of the biggest matches. We've given you tons of TV time, promo time. You've made a ton of money. I feel like we've treated you well. You've treated us well. We want this relationship to continue. We know that you're out of a deal. We know that you want to be there for your daughter. We love that. We respect that. We're totally on your side. We know how good you are, and we know that other offers will come in for you. We want to just be aware of it. If an offer comes in, let us know. What is it? Let's talk about it. Don't go signing anything until you come and speak to us, because we want you back. And, if you do get offers from AEW, TNA, Stardom, wherever, right, come and speak to us, because we'll talk and we'll find a way forwards, whatever it takes, because we value you, and we don't want to lose you. And I think if they've had that conversation, she would be crazy, I think, to just go and sign with AEW unless she's just, I don't know, upset with WWE, but I don't think so. You know, if you've got a nice contract offer from AEW, you just go back to WWE and go, here's my offer. This is the paperwork. This is what they're offering me. Your move, you know, what you're going to do for me. And, you know, all of that could be playing out behind the scenes as well. So, no, I can't, I'm a bit surprised that we don't have, like, say, a deal in place where she comes back in September. But maybe we do. Maybe we do. Perhaps it's already been negotiated. Her contract expires. Her new one starts in September. It just hasn't been announced and we just don't know about it. You know, that way she'd have months with her daughter, but we know when she's coming back. We've got her locked down. Everything's agreed. But, you know, maybe we're not getting the full story. And if we are getting the full story, then I think there's a good chance that there's plenty going on behind the scenes that we're not aware of. So, yeah, lots of thoughts on that one. Verity Key said, Days, just thinking about the Wyatt Six and the box Eric Rowan and Daniel Bryan had with the Eco WWE Championship. Just a thoughts. Oh, the belt box. Maybe. I mean, I look at that more as a Daniel Bryan thing rather than a Rowan thing. I think it's a really interesting one because I don't know. I don't know. I mean, of course I don't know, but I don't know if that box is a way of them communicating anything or if it genuinely was just a box backstage. I think we've actually, through the Wyatt Six videos and Unseen videos, got to a very interesting place. We've got to a place where we now know what that box was used for. It was a box. So for those that don't watch the Wyatt Six or Unseen videos, shame on you. But we have found out that the box that had the VHS tape in on Monday, it's actually a box from a belt making company and their logo was on the side. So of course, now the question is, why is there a box from a belt making company just knocking around backstage? What belt have WWE gone and had made, right? Now, I don't know if it's a case that they needed a new Intercontinental. Like, I don't know, perhaps the old one got banged up, so they just went and ordered a new one, and it's just that. I don't know if it's not connected with these women's mid-card championship rumors, because those are new belts that apparently have been spoken about. Who knows if they haven't asked for a certain design and got one ordered, got one delivered. Some people are wondering if it might be like a new Wyatt Six championship belt or something like this. Like something to honor the group that's been delivered, or I genuinely don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's an Easter egg. I don't know if we were meant to see it and acknowledge it. I don't know if it was just a box. Either way, I think we know that a belt has been delivered from, is it Bearcat Belts, I think they're called? From them to WWE, because there was a box kicking around backstage that they have used to deliver the VHS tape. So I genuinely don't know. We can speculate on it and talk about it, but unfortunately with that one, I don't think we're really going to get anywhere, because there's just so many different options that it could be, and there's not really any evidence of what it actually is, other than a box that has come from the belt makers. So something to be aware of, something to keep an eye on, something like, you know, if a new championship starts getting teased, then I think we've got our answer, haven't we? And, you know, the most recent new championships that have been teased have been those women's mid-card ones. Ace said, another streamer said Trish versus Tiffy at SummerSlam. James said, I think Natty debuts in TNA at Slammiversary next Saturday. It's in Canada, and confronts Jordynne Grace after she retains. Tony said, just watch Stephanie on Collision. Wasn't that special? Am I missing something? I don't know. I'm not the person to ask. I've said I put a lot in being, like, you know, honest, because I think if we really like something, I think you should have confidence that we really like it. I've gone through YouTube for many years, and I've seen people that just like everything. I've seen these people kind of come and go, and I just don't think. I think people can see through it. I really think that people can tell. I think if you have fake reactions, I think if you have fake enthusiasm, I think if you just tell if you don't give your honest opinions, you give fake opinions just because you want to be liked. I really think that fans can see through that stuff. So I don't do that. So I put a lot of value into being honest, because I really think that I put myself back to when I was at work, and I think to myself, if I've just finished work and SmackDown is on tonight, and I'm going to watch the show, I don't want to watch the show where someone's telling me everything is brilliant when I just don't feel that way. If I'm watching the show and I'm like, that looked off, man. And then the flipping watch-along person's going, yeah, that was sick. That was so good. And all this kind of stuff. I'd be soon having issues there. I'd soon be like, yeah, this ain't for me. So I think there is real value in being honest about what you're seeing, which, to be honest, I can upset people sometimes. It can. There's people that don't like WWE being criticized, but I really don't mind doing it. Because AEW fans can't come after me, right? They can't say I've got double standards. When the referee botched that 3 count at Money in the Bank, we called it out. And we said, for me, that's the referee making a mistake, just like how Aubrey made a mistake when it was that Jade Cargill match and she counted the 3. We had a go at Aubrey for doing that. I'll have a go at, I don't even know what the ref's name, that's messed up at Money in the Bank. So for me, no double standards. I'll call WWE out. And I put a lot into being honest. So going back to what you've just said about Stephanie Verkeer, I don't know her. I've not seen her. I've not seen a single match of hers. I'm only aware of her match against Mercedes, which I think was well received. What did Meltzer score it? I know Meltzer loves everything to do with AEW, but I'd be interested to know what he scored it. Dave Meltzer rating. Let's have a look. What was it called? Oh, Forbidden Door. Forbidden Door. Was it Forbidden Door? 4 stars. 4 stars. That's good. So Meltzer's ratings for Forbidden Door: Swerve against Will Ospreay, 5.5 stars. 5.5 stars. Naito against Jon Moxley, which I heard was really bad, 3 stars. Mercedes against Stephanie, 4 stars. TNT Championship ladder match, don't know who was in that, 4.5 stars. We got anything else that's noteworthy? Kyle Fletcher against Serpentico, 1 star. That must have been horrific for Dave to give 1 star to an AEW match. I can only imagine they just kept falling over. Mariah May against Saraya, 2 stars. Wow. This is from Dave Meltzer. Right? If we got a 4-set, Bryan Danielson against Shingo, 4.75. So the Mercedes Stephanie one, not a bad score. Really, not a bad score from Forbidden Door there. So, yeah, that is... Look, it's someone to keep an eye on in it. A lot of excitement around her. And as James said, she is good. So I would say check out a few more of her matches rather than just Collision. I could totally understand if on Collision she was like, no one's watching. Not bothered. It's Bryn again. It said, it's one of the main reasons I stick around. There are a lot of channels. Most of them do feel a bit forced or staged, says it's Bryn again. Yeah, I really think that does come across. I really think that comes across. I really think that you can tell when something just doesn't feel like you're getting the honest, reaction, the honest thought. And I do put a lot of value into that. So that's what we'll do. And I've already accepted that it's going to mean that people get upset at times, because I'm not going to share the same opinion as you on everything. I'm just not. And you're not going to share the same opinion on me as everything. But you know what? That's okay. That's all right. I don't think there's any two people in the world that are going to agree on every single thing in wrestling, because there's so much for us to disagree on. Like every booking decision, every match result, every superstar that gets signed, every superstar that gets pushed, face turns, heel turns, were they the right thing to do? Who should be the first champions? Every single thing we can differ on. Every single thing we can have a different opinion on, and likely do. So I think like learning to not allow those differing opinions to bother you. I mean, I haven't got no influence in WWE, right? None of us do. So they're going to do whatever they want to do. So at the end of the day, just chatting about what would you do? What would you like to see? At the end of the day, it's all fruitless. It's all pretty pointless because we ain't got no control over it. But talking about wrestling, talking about where we would like it to go, why we would like it to go there. I don't know if any other fan base loves talking about things like we do. I mean, we can do hours and hours and hours on this because we do. Wrestling fans love talking about wrestling. Love talking about wrestling. Exploring every facet as well, and it's good. It's positive. It's I love it. So very fortunate to be obviously doing what we're doing, and very fortunate that so many people join us. Hair Metal Mayhem said you should always be honest. It's not your fault people are so used to fake lies. And the truth bothers them, they will get over it. Well, I think it's very important to say that the truth is your truth and my truth. It's not necessarily the truth, because that's the thing with opinions, isn't it? It's kind of like saying, I wouldn't do Bo against Chad at SummerSlam because I don't think it quite fits the story. But WWE could then just turn around and do that match, and well, fine, then we go down that road, don't we? So I suppose it's one of those where an opinion is an opinion. Everyone's got opinions. Everyone's entitled to have an opinion, and everyone has got an opinion. And I suppose like just talking about those opinions and digging into, well, I think it will go this way because, that's what we do really. But that's why, I won't just sit here and just go, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I try to be respectful, of course, because people have chose to spend time with us, and that is very appreciated. But I try to not just go with the flow for the sake of it. Because, again, I just think that can be, you'll see through it. And it's not much fun, is it, really? Yeah, I agree. Just sitting there going, yeah, no, I totally agree. So yeah, where are we anyway? We got, oh my god, I thought we were coming up to about like an hour to go. It's actually 37 minutes, so that's flipping flown. Adam, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. Watching along with you feels like watching along with a wrestling buddy. Yeah, that's true. In the sense of if you had a mate round, I would be shocked if someone that was sat on the sofa with you agreed with everything you said, right? I've got to think that, like, if I had mates round and I was like, what they done that for? I could expect people to go, nah, that's all right. I can go with this. But yeah, that's going to lead to this now. Yeah, but blah, blah, blah. I could totally see having them conversations if a mate was to come round. So I think sometimes it's a bit of a fear, to be honest. I think people that get into doing this can be a bit scared of, like, if I disagree with people that join me, they'll go and they'll leave. And, like, you can understand that, to be honest, But I don't look at it that way. I put more value into, like, let's watch it, let's be honest about it, let's share our honest opinions. You ain't gonna like them all, right? But let's respect each other's opinions, and that's kind of the agreement that we've got, really. And so far, it's worked, and long may that continue. So, but just going back to opinions briefly, right? I do have this. Look, we put this up saying, what topics would you like to discuss in future opinion videos? So every day on our second channel, we've been doing opinion videos, and I love them. I really do. I mean, I love talking to you guys. Otherwise, I wouldn't start 2 hours before the shows, would I? I would just start when the shows start. So I love sitting down and chatting with you guys and chucking thoughts around, and that has continued on the second channel. We do like a half-hour video every day on a different topic. After Raw, we base it on Raw. After SmackDown, we base it on SmackDown. But we've been doing other things. Like yesterday, we spoke about the women's mid-card belts. Who would you put them on? The other day before that, we talked about John Cena's 2025 retirement. How would you book it, right? Well, I'm looking for more ideas. I have some that I've written down myself, but why not reach out and see what you lot want to talk about? Because each week, if we do an opinions video on Raw and on SmackDown, that's 2 days a week. Well, what do we do for the other 5? What else do we talk about on the other 5? There's a lot of opportunity there to get our teeth into other topics. So we've had 37 responses now. Is it even more than that? Sometimes 39. So here we go. 39. We've had all these responses of different things that people would like us to do opinions videos on. In fact, should we just have a little look at some of the examples? Brady, how would you book Alexa Bliss's return? Matter, can't wait to see opinions on future opinions videos. Not quite what we were after, but Rumble Rewind said, I was just talking on my channel about NXT TNA crossover. Would be fun to get more opinion. Okay, yeah, I could go with that. What crossover matches would you like to see from an NXT TNA? Okay, I like that. This is long from Ethan. I would love more Wyatt 6 opinion videos. I love Bo and his new faction, and I miss Bray. I'm not sure what type of questions, how to book them. What belts should they go for each member? So WWE Ethan's looking for a few more Wyatt 6 ones. So who will win out a Drew Punk war or a Drew Seth Punk rivalry, said Hasbro. Here's Harry. What, if anything, will happen between Jay and Rhea? Maybe them against Liv and Dom? I think some of these might just be a little too specific in the sense of we're focusing in on, like, for example, we've just done how would you book John Cena's 2025? Think of everything that covers: Rumble, Chamber, WrestleMania, his final match. Does he get the 17th world title? Does he win the Intercontinental world title? Does he win Chamber? Does he win Rumble? What does he do in the summer? Like, there's lots there. And then we just did who should win the women's mid-card. So who should win the US? Who should win the IC? Where do they win it? How do they win it? Who do they beat? How long do they carry it for? Who do they drop it to? Again, some of these maybe are just a little too specific. Like, who wins out of Drew and Punk? I mean, I suppose you could try and book that feud and actually dig in a little bit more to... Right, they're sure to face at SummerSlam. Who wins? What does it lead to? What's the next match? How long does this feud run for? Ultimately, how does it... You could flesh it out that way, I suppose. But I'm thinking, you know, of some of these bigger questions that have a bit more to them. Because I think if you do stuff like who should win, Drew versus Punk, it's a one-word answer, isn't it, really? I think Drew, Punk, Drew. You know, we're definitely, that ain't going to make for a good opinions video. We're definitely going to try and flesh it out for more than that. And try and get a bit more than that. So maybe something to just think about there. But big thank you to everyone that's left feedback. I will be reading through all of those. Like Metal Mama 2 minutes ago. The return of Roman, Carmella, Charlotte. I am a fan of Charlotte Flair. Charlotte, Jimmy, Alexa, and the roles that they will play when they come back. So you can go over to Twitter and you can leave your comment over there. I'll read through them, and I would imagine a vast majority will get made into opinion videos going forward. Right, Matt said, I can't believe you people put sardines on pizza. Imagine that bite. Leslie said, is Wyatt 6 a Raw brand? Yes, we believe so, because they never got drafted, so they can go anywhere like SmackDown. Well, that is true. They never got drafted, but they equally have not shown on SmackDown. So I think that they could go to SmackDown if they wanted to start a feud with a SmackDown star, but realistically, business-wise, if you're WWE, you want reasons for people to tune into Raw and you want reasons for people to tune into SmackDown. You need both shows to have something unique about them that's going to get people to tune into them. So, for example, if you want Cody, you tune into SmackDown. If you want Bloodline, you tune into SmackDown, right? If you want Bayley, you tune into SmackDown. I don't know how much Bayley's bringing people over, but, she is popular. So you tune into SmackDown. Of course, the flip side of that coin is if you want the Wyatt 6, you tune into Raw. If you want the Liv Dom Rhea story, you tune into Raw. So I think WWE is really trying to make it very clear that if you want Wyatt 6, it's Mondays. So I don't think they want to muddy the water by having them go to both shows. I think they've worked quite hard since the groups arrived to really get everyone focused on Mondays for the Wyatt 6. So they could switch, but I don't see it happening anytime soon, to be honest, because I think they're really trying to focus people on knowing that if you want the Wyatt 6, it's Mondays. But yeah, from a kayfabe point of view, they never technically got drafted anywhere. And we don't know what the negotiation with Adam exactly said. Do we? So, I don't know. Maybe that conversation turned them into Raw exclusive superstars. Maybe they have now signed a contract. Maybe we will get their pictures on the WWE Superstar roster page. We'll hopefully get some answers on Monday. Carl said, off the subject, let's go. I wish WWE would make closed fist punches illegal again. To me, there's too many punches and chops. I'm okay with the chops, and especially Gunther's, but there's too many. That's really interesting, Carl. I think that's a really interesting comment, because closed fist punches did used to be something which was not allowed, and you could throw maybe a couple, but the ref would come in and warn you, and you'd be stopped from doing it. Wrestling is meant to be wrestling, but I think as time has gone by, and probably throughout the Attitude Era, we've actually seen changes come into professional wrestling, and I'm not sure quite where we are with those rules now. Do you know there used to be a WWE rule book that got released, and I was so excited because I think we all know the rules. We all know, we can watch a match and know what's happening from a rule point of view. But I think stuff like what you've just said with closed punches, things along those lines, there are some sort of grey areas that do exist. So when this rule book came out, I ordered it, I got my hands on it, and it was flipping garbage. It was absolute rubbish. It was it wasn't a rule book. It was a silly book that had catchphrases that the wrestlers had scribbled in, and it was nonsense, really. It was not an official, these are the rules. I thought that they could do something like that with some images, give some examples from the past, which I thought they could really do in a very fun and educational way. But, in retrospect, they're probably not going to do that, because then they'll be held by those rules, aren't they? WWE probably aren't making all of the rules available and transparent, because there's probably times in matches where we do have to bend them. And, you know, those rules do kind of change. I could see, certainly in this world, in this modern age, something happening in a match and someone taking a photograph of a rule that shows that it wasn't allowed from the official rule book, putting it on Twitter and it going all spread around. I could totally see that happening. So WWE probably don't want to get themselves into that situation just for the sake of making a bit of money off a book. So it was a load of nonsense. It was a load of rubbish. But yeah, it's a really interesting point. I don't know what I would do. I don't know, to be honest. I think I always used to love Undertaker striking. He had some of the best punches, some of the best shots. Perhaps we could reduce it somewhat. Perhaps we could tone it all back down again, you know? Wrestling is meant to be wrestling, but you know, you have had things like the heart punch, which was Ox Baker from the Territory days. So I mean, shots and strikes in wrestling obviously go back to, you know, the start of wrestling, really. But has it got out of control? I think that's a really interesting one. I don't see us reversing it, though, to be honest. I think that it's one of those where, as time's gone by, kind of wrestling has evolved. And I think we're just in a kind of new era now where maybe certain things in the past that weren't allowed are now being allowed. Certain things in the past that were allowed are no longer allowed. You know, I think it's just the ever-evolving nature, really. But I love that, Cole. A very interesting comment. Eric said Jimmy is due back any week now. Please be tonight. I miss him so much. James said, look at Carl Scarborough's tweet. He's clarified some stuff. Okay. Scarborough. This is following that. Is this following that interview that he did? One thing has nothing to do with the other. Different time and circumstances entirely. Plus, the interview was done before the Bo Howdy vignettes, which were fantastic. I'll say it again. If his family is on board, great. Doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. Well, do you know what? I mean, we haven't spoke about it. Because I was going to do it in unseen. But one thing that I was going to say is that I don't think it relates to what we're going through now. Because I think that reading what Kyle had to say, it sounded like Bray was very, very protective of his creative, of his characters, which we know that he was. And we've said we think this is why he was probably a little difficult to work with. Because if you're the boss and you're in charge of someone like Bray, and Bray's coming out with all this stuff, right? And you're trying to picture what that's going to look like on your TV show, and you don't quite agree with it, or there's things you want to change, you can sort of understand why Vince would want to change a few things and would want to be like, no, that doesn't quite, I can't see that. It doesn't quite fit for me. I don't think that's going to work with the network. I don't think that's what we're looking for on the show. And if Bray's very like, this is my creative, I don't want to change anything, this is what it's going to work, this is how it should be, you can see why them two were butting heads. Right? And as much as I say that I think Bray could have been difficult to work with at times, Vince was definitely difficult to work with at times, right? So them two working together, neither of them backing down, neither of them giving an inch. I can imagine that being, you know, not the healthiest working environment, let's put it that way, right? Hence why he ended up going. So I think that you're, as Carl's just said there, you're talking about a time when Bray was with us and was maybe worried that if the puppets were brought to life, they wouldn't be his vision anymore. It wouldn't be what he envisaged. It wouldn't be the direction that he was looking to go at that time. He wanted the funhouse to be in his mind, and, you know, the puppets being brought to life, that's not what he was looking for. It's not the road he wanted to go down. But as Carl's just said, we're in a very different place now. We're in a very different place because it can't be in his mind anymore because he's not with us anymore. So do you just let the puppets not exist now? Or do you bring them like to life. But the thing is, have they been brought to life? Because like there's a very interesting stuff we're going to talk about in Unseen, where these might not be the actual puppets. It just might be that these people have been sort of brainwashed into thinking they are the puppets, you know? There was a line that was mentioned from Howdy in a vignette, which was, do you really think you've brought them to life? Do you really think you've brought them to life? Which kind of begs a bit of a question of, has he really brought them to life? Or do these people just think that they are these characters now? So it's very interesting. We'll dig into it in Unseen. I don't know. I mean, clearly these are the puppets brought to life, but how far we've gone with that, we don't know. Is it Nikki thinking she's Abby the Witch? Or is it Nikki actually being Abby the Witch? Is it Joe Gacy thinking that he is Huskus? Or is it Joe Gacy actually being Huskus? And I think there's a conversation to be had there. I think there's a conversation that you can kind of mull over and get your teeth into. And we were gonna touch on that during the thing. So I did not take what Kyle had to say as an indicator that what we're doing right now is like, we shouldn't be doing this. This isn't what Bray... I never took it that way at all. Because I think where we are right now is in a very, very, very different place than when Bray made the comments that he made. So I didn't take it that way. And honestly, if I put myself in Bray's shoes, I can sort of understand why I want to keep everything close to me. I want to keep all of my creative close to me, because I know if Vince gets his hands on stuff, he will ruin it. He's going to ruin it. If we bring these puppets to life and now there's other people running around as my creations that he can book, I mean, he's already messing up the Fiend, right? So, like, do I have to remind you about Goldberg? Do I have to remind you about the Hell in a Cell match, right? So he's already messing up the Fiend. So you can understand Bray being like, no, I don't want you to be able to book Huskus and Mercy and all the other flipping people, because you're going to botch it, right? So I'd rather you don't do that. I'd rather it just stays in my mind, right? In the fun house. I can control it. Do one old man, right? I think we're in a very different place from that now. Bray's no longer with us. Vince is no longer booking. Bo is the one, his brother is the one that's steering the ship now. And we're in a very different place. So no concerns from me about the whole should he, shouldn't he be booking this stuff. I think that if I was Bray and Bo wanted to carry on my legacy, I would have confidence in Bo that he would be doing right by me. I would not have confidence in Vince that he would be doing right by me. He's doing right by Vince. He's doing right by the dollar, right? Vince is thinking about the money. I don't think Bo's thinking about the money. I don't think Bo's putting the money first. I think Bo is putting this story first. He's putting Bray first. That's a big difference. That's a big difference. So I like that, James. I like that Carl has kind of clarified that, but I was quite comfortable with it. I was fine with it. I really didn't have an issue, and I think it would be understandable if others did, but I hope they didn't. In 2013, WWE stored 60,000 items of footage in a Catskill mountain. This collection of film reels and tapes preserved key wrestling moments. Choosing such a secure remote spot showed the archive's value. Is that true? I don't even know if that's true. That's very interesting if it is true. I do get sent some really, really interesting stuff. Some really interesting bits. Days, it has been said on news that Top Dollar was seen back in NXT. He might have, he works for TNA, so he may be part of that crossover. James said Vince tears his quads just from walking. Who cares what that old man does? Eric said, who's going to be the Vince puppet? I don't think we see the Vince puppet again, to be honest. The poster is pretty dope for SummerSlam. The poster is pretty dope for SummerSlam. I have not seen the poster. Have we got an official poster? Have we got an official? Isn't it like guitars and all of this? Let's go to WWE. How long we got? 15 minutes. 15 minutes. I'm just looking to see if there is a new... Ah, yeah. 13 minutes ago. Here it is. Look at that. That is pretty fly for a poster. I'm going to put that in WWE folder. There we go. With his howdy gloves. SummerSlam Cleveland. Solo. There's Tama. There's Jacob. There's... I can't quite... What have they done with the car? It's kind of like angled, isn't it? In an alleyway. It sort of looks like that scene in Austin Powers where they've got stuck. Do you remember that scene in Austin Powers where he's in that little car and he goes back and then he goes forward and he's trying desperately to turn it round and he's like in this like really narrow alleyway and he's like... And he's desperately trying to tell you. I feel like they've got themselves into that situation. They're sideways in an alleyway and they're like just... That's why they're sat there and there's smoke coming out from the side. They've been smacking it against the wall, desperately trying to get out. That's why they're angry, right? Because they're stuck. This is why, like, Solo's just waiting there. They're actually waiting for car recovery right now. They're waiting for someone to come and help them out of this alleyway. So I agree, it's a great poster, but it ain't giving me the vibes that I think it was giving other people. The Bloodline does make some dope posters, much like 2022's Survivor Series, says Jadam. Marsh said, waiting for double A, absolutely. Absolutely. I love that bit. Right. Days, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Edward, shout out to you. What did you say? What's on tonight's show? I've not seen what was announced. We got Solo Sikoa continuing his dominance. We got Tiffany celebrating her victory at Money in the Bank. DIY against A-Town Down Under. Michin taking on Nia Jax. Baron Corbin and Apollo Crews taking on Legado del Fantasma. Days, will it have Fastlane this year? I don't think so. I think Fastlane is done. I mean, Fastlane historically was just before... I think they did move it last year, didn't they? But historically, it was always the show before WrestleMania because we were on the Fastlane to WrestleMania. So normally it was just before Mania, but I think they moved it. And then there's been no word about it. And now, of course, we know we've got Bad Blood coming up. So there's every chance that Bad Blood has actually replaced it. We don't tend to get anything in December. November will be Survivor Series. We know that August is SummerSlam. The end of August is going to be Bash in Berlin, which I wonder if that counts as the September show. I wonder if it's the September show. If it is, I think isn't Bad Blood in October? There'll be a Saudi show that we'll squeeze in, I think, and then Survivor Series. So I'm not aware of there being a Fastlane. They've announced that they've got a big announcement tonight, said Leslie. Really? They've announced they've got a big announcement. They just announced they have a big announcement. Well, I need to keep an eye. Where's that then? On WWE, they've just announced they've got a big announcement. Who's announced that they've got a big announcement? We are live on the stadium. Get ready for a crazy night on the Blue Brand. Was it on the preview, was it? So an hour ago, they've done a preview video, and it says, get ready for a crazy night on the Blue Brand. Ray said, I don't feel like the Bloodline story needs Roman yet. I would love to see the new Bloodline run wild, then bring Roman back around Survivor Series, and then build to Mania. Days, don't you think Bad Blood will be a Raw exclusive? The logo is in shape similar to a Raw logo. I mean, we don't do exclusive pay-per-views, so until they make an announcement, no. Just because the shape of a logo is similar to like the shape of a Bad Blood one, I don't think that's enough for me to think that we are going to be having like exclusive shows for each brand. So unless something gets announced, I'm not expecting that. Something to keep an eye on. I'll be fine with going that way. People are a bit split on those because the shows can feel less than, because of course, you know, you're digging a bit further down the card, and so, you know, can you make a show as compelling only using Raw or only using SmackDown? Can you make them shows feel as good, as compelling as shows that we've been getting? I think you can, certainly if you're going to stick to the 5 match rule. If you're going to stick to the 5 match rule, then I can't see why you can't have a Raw pay-per-view at the... I don't know when you would do it. I don't know if you do like Raw at the start of the month and SmackDown in the middle of the month. That would mean that you're getting a pay-per-view every couple of weeks rather than every 4 weeks. But it would be every 4 weeks for SmackDown and every 4 weeks for Raw. But there'd be every 2 weeks in between them. So, you know, on the 1st of the month, you get one. And on the 15th of the month, you get one. And you just do that every month. That would mean a pay-per-view every couple of weeks. Which I would love. I mean, that would be amazing. We did do that a few years back. But there's been no word that we're going back to that. But I'd be down for that if we went that way. James said, have you got TNT Sports on? I do. I've checked. No one has said anything from a big announcement. Okay. Thank you, James. Leaping Lucha Larry said they announced they had a big announcement, and that announcement is going to be a huge announcement at SummerSlam. McAvoy Productions said, do we think Shane McMahon will turn up on AEW? I am not expecting it. And I think Tony said that he has not heard from Shane. They've not had any meetings or anything. 8-Town Down Under breakup thought to be potential, said it's Bryn again. Con FUC Just X said, we read that one about Bad Blood being Raw exclusive. I think you could. There could be something more than championship matches. We have PLEs every 3-4 weeks, so brand exclusive PLEs once a year. I would like that, said Confucius. I'd be down for it. I'd have no problems with it. I mean, I think we should have 12 pay-per-views a year. And I also think that we should get some specials in there as well. And I think, am I right, that part of the USA deal does include 4 specials a year on a Saturday, I think. So in 2025, I think we have got some like what used to be called Saturday night main events. I think we should be getting some of those, which is just, I mean, that is just a gift. That is just a gift to us. That is just like the gods are smiling down on us. Because if we could stream wrestling every day, we would. If WWE had good programming, I'm not talking about NXT Level Up, which is fine, but do you know what I mean? It's the level below NXT. So NXT Level Up, I can't imagine the views on that are very strong. Although I think our friend Tommy Toy Travels actually does stream NXT Level Up. But if we had Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and 2 other shows, yeah, maybe an all-women show and maybe one for kids, then we would do every single day. And then, like, you know, stuff on a weekend, and I don't know, I just don't have a life. So it's totally fine for me to be here every day doing streams. So I think 12 pay-per-views a year and then some specials, and maybe some of those specials are brand exclusive or something like that. I could totally go for that. Totally. And I think we should do Evolution too, the all-women's one. Chuck that in there as well. Jade should start using the old Lex Luger torture rack as her finisher, said JJ Khan. That would look good. Dr. Lucha Lala said, it would be nice to get another tournament on the main roster, probably for the mid-card belts. That would be good. Marsh said, I don't know how Cody's going to make any more appearances, seeing as he's parked outside the State Farm Arena with Metro Boomin. I don't know who Metro Boomin is. But he is staked outside. I could see them doing a Cena special in December, similar to what they did with the Shields. Oh, man, he so deserves that, doesn't he? He so deserves that. WWE could bring back Jacked and Metal and make them women only on a Wednesday, said Kim's Trains. Yeah, I would, honestly, a women's show, even if it's just an hour, just, you know. I don't know why they don't look at doing something like that, because I feel like you could do that. I feel like people would watch that. I feel like if you did an hour on a Thursday of just women, good women, like, I feel like you could get somewhere then. I mean, you could have, I don't know where it would sit in the ladder. I mean, obviously you could have women popping in from Raw and SmackDown, but maybe it has its own women's roster over there. How you actually book that would be a nightmare, because how do they interact with PLEs? You know, do they have a token match on WrestleMania? Do you put your best women on that show? If so, are they a bit hidden from SmackDown and Raw audiences? So it's tricky. Or do you use it as like a female NXT? So that the women can get, you know, developed and have their own stage. Imagine if NXT had an hour on a Wednesday, an hour on a Tuesday for the men, and an hour on a Thursday for the women. And it was NXT on both days. Do I like that? Or maybe 2 hours? 2 hours on a Tuesday, 2 hours on a Thursday. Men on one show, women on the other show. Because I'm all for segregation. And then when you get to like a NXT pay-per-view, you just take the best feuds from the women's show, the best feuds from the men, merge them together. You've just got this really amazing card. Is that a good idea? I genuinely don't know. Genuinely don't know. But it does mean we could do another stream, so that's good news, isn't it? We could do another watch-along. Macca Rice said, Days, I'm absolutely bricking myself for England against Spain. My heart says England. My head says we get battered. Well, do you know what? I'm thinking of taking £50, 50 English pounds, and putting it, going to a betting shop and going, hello, good sir. Hello, my good sir. £50 here. I would like to place a bet. I would like to bet this, sir, please, on penalties and England to win. £50. And he hopefully will turn around and say, I can give you 9-1 odds on that, which means that your £50, if it wins, you times it by 9, which would be £450 if England win on penalties. Here's my thinking. I'm thinking that Spain are amazing. Right? I am thinking that. But I'm also thinking that England are tough to beat. I think this tournament has shown, even if they go behind, they've got this dogged determination to get back into the game. And I think if you've got Phil Foden and Saka and Kane and Bellingham and all this amazing talent, you've always got a chance of getting back into the game. And Spain's defense is not the best. Spain's attack is beautiful. Their midfield is like a Rolls Royce, but their defense is not the best. So I think there'll be opportunities for England. I think there'll be chances for England. And I think that England are dogged, and I wouldn't be stunned that we go to extra time. I wouldn't be shocked. That would not shock me. I wouldn't be shocked if we lost 2-1 or 2-0 in normal time, but I equally would not be shocked if we get to extra time. Now, if we get to extra time, I think that's where both teams shut shop. I think both teams get a bit nervous then. I think both teams start thinking about, we don't want to lose this, rather than we want to win this. I think it starts to get nervy and tight and defensive, and I think it becomes about not losing rather than winning, which then takes us to penalties. And England showed that they've put the work in, and I just think we lost the last Euros on penalties. Could you imagine if we win this one on penalties? And it's probably the most likely way that we win the match. It's hard to see us beat Spain in 90 minutes in it. I don't know that anyone's expecting England to beat Spain. So, like, just normal. So I've got to think that if we're going to do it, and I really hope we do it, it's going to have to come via penalties. And I did look earlier, and it is 9-1 England beating Spain on penalties. And I was like, oh, it's interesting. That has got my interest. I'm feeling good. Honestly, I'm feeling really good about Sunday. I'm not worried. I've said before, and I really mean it, having watched England my whole life, and don't worry, Smackdown is starting, we are going to it, but they're just showing Money in the Bank. Having watched England my whole life, I can honestly say that going out in the final is much easier. Losing the final, to me, is easier, better, than going out in the group stage. I would rather lose a final than go out in the group stage. Because you've had this whole journey. We're sat here now thinking, what if? What if? We've gone through the whole tournament. We've had the whole thing to enjoy. We've had magic moments all throughout. Goals that will stand the test of time. And that's only been possible because we've made it through the whole tournament. So I would much rather get to a final than lose than just go out in the groups, or not even qualify and not even get any of them moments. You'll remember that Watkins goal forever, whatever happens. You'll remember that Bellingham overhead kick, whatever happens. They've already given us great moments. So you'll remember all of that. So we can't lose. Even if we don't win it, we've still took plenty from this tournament. Very excited. Right, friends. We've watched a video of Money in the Bank, and backstage we've got Cody Rhodes walking around backstage. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. There is, oh my God, what is Tommaso Ciampa wearing? He's got Dunkings. Look at him in his orange Boston Dunkings outfit. Someone's been sponsored, maybe. Okay, what's this? The winner of the women's Money in the Bank, Tiffany Stratton, is making her way down to the ring. Let's go. Jason, shout out to you. And Hayden, hello. Said, how are you? Come on, England. I know, buds. Very exciting. It means so much to people. Here's Tiffany. It's all anyone's flipping talking about here. She's still got the white briefcase with the green writing. It's not very Tiffany. Here we go. This is a big way to start the show for Tiffany, isn't it? Tiffany making her way down. Tiffy in the bank. Nicole said, I really think it should be Cody versus Solo versus Randy at SummerSlam. Kim Strain said, if England win, we could tweet Axiom and tell him that England won. We can do that. Domenico said, Days, how are you? Love the channel. Can I get shout-outs? Yes, Domenico. Is that how you say it? Domenico Ria? Domenico Ria, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. James said, win or lose, I'm proud of them reaching the final, especially how bad we was. Yeah, enjoy it. Honestly, enjoy it. I mean, it's if we don't win, obviously it's going to be disappointing, but England's record is getting better. You know, all of a sudden we're not just a joke anymore. That's 2 European finals we've reached. Like, no one's going to want to play us going forward. We've just reached 2 Euro finals in a row, even if we don't win on Sunday. And we've got that Bellingham goal, and we got that Watkins moment. You know, I'd be saying to the guys, go out there, stick to the plan, but make sure that you enjoy yourselves and, you know, show them what you're about. This is the stage for you to show off. But also be disciplined. Okay, here's Tiffany. Wes, shout out to you, my friend. Said, I hope all is well. Time to fire the blunt. Fire it up, Wes. Trish Stratus might have been the hometown host, but I was the real star of the show. It is my time. Tiffy time. Tiffy time. Tiffy time. Tiffy time. Set your clocks to Tiffy time. Bailey. She just mentioned Roxanne. She better not cash that in on the NXT Women's title. Very soon. Very soon we will all be saying, here's Bailey. Here is Bailey. We want some Bailey. Here's Bailey coming out. Looks like she's come from the 1970s. Tiffany Stratton. Congrats on a huge victory. What's your point? You, out of everyone, should know it's Tiffy time. Bailey just came from the local discotheque. Oh, you didn't even know what the WWE was in 2019? Three years into this business and I'm the youngest Money in the Bank winner. So this is interesting. Little back and forth. You better plan to be the first woman to fail a cash-in. If you plan to cash that in on me, you better plan to be the first woman to fail a cash-in. Here's Nia Jax. Wyatt 6 feuds going forward days. Wyatt 6 going forward days. Your Northern Ireland mate. Harry, shout out to you. There's plenty of options for the Wyatt 6. Final Testament, Bloodline, Judgment Day. I'm sure Randy will be on their radar at some point. In case you forgot, Bailey, you've got a match against me, and I will take that title off of you. So we got the Money in the Bank winner, we got Nia, we got Bailey, the champ. This isn't NXT Hugger Bailey. You're proud of that, you idiot. This is the same Bayley that's going to embarrass you at SummerSlam? Let's say you do beat me. What's going to happen then? Oh, there's a fly. Tiffy, what's going to happen then? That's good by Bayley. She's like, if you do beat me, Nia, what's she gonna do? BBL Bayley. Nia said she's got no problem with Tiffany. Bayley's getting some TV time, said I'm your father. Yeah, good. You're not a toy, you're my victim, says Nia. At SummerSlam, I'm going to victimize you. Bayley went to hit Nia. Tiffany stopped her. Nia hits Bayley. Bayley goes over by the ropes. Nia's got a foot on Bayley's throat as Tiffany is... who's going to come down? Oh, it's Michin. Michin with a kendo stick. Michin swinging away. So Michin coming to Bayley's aid. Thought it might be Naomi, actually, but no, it was Michin. Well, I don't know. What do you say about that? I sort of feel like it was a bit paint by numbers. Monday, Rhea Ripley is back. She's going to kick off Raw. Drew's having a meeting with Adam Pearce. And Damian and Gunther face to face Raw. Surprised there wasn't anything Wyatt 6. I thought there would be a little glitch, but there was no glitch. So yeah, what do you say about that? I mean, Tiffany came down and she was like, I'm the best. It's Tiffy time. Bayley came out and went, I did like that line about, I bet you didn't even know what WWE was in 2019. But Tiffany turned that around and she was like, I'm the youngest Miss Money in the Bank winner and I've only been in this business 3 years. Kind of showing how quickly she has picked this up, right? Very impressive. And then Nia came down and I thought Nia made some points, but I don't know. Nothing really seemed to like be any big moments. It was just sort of like talking. I did like the kind of tease of, oh, if you do beat me, what's going to happen with her and the Money in the Bank? And the crowd reacted to that. That was a nice little moment. But I don't know. Is that the best we could get out of the opening segment? It was okay. It was okay. But is okay good enough on the road to SummerSlam? That's the question. Two Broke to Pay Attention said, here's what you do. Mondays are Raw, Tuesdays are NXT, Wednesdays are Jacked, Thursdays are Metal, Friday is SmackDown, Saturday main event, and then we do Sunday Night Heat, said Two Broke to Pay Attention. That's exactly what we do. You're absolutely right. Cowards. WWE are too scared. They don't think that people would watch that much wrestling, but then James Chadwick exists, and he watched, like, wrestling every hour of every day. And if WWE was on, we'd have to watch it, wouldn't we? Otherwise, we'd be casuals. And it's all right to be a casual, but I'm not. Look, this fly is flipping. Where's this come from? Where has this come from? This wasn't here a moment ago. Have I got some fly spray? I've got fly spray. Got him. Did I get him? I might not have got him. It's so annoying because if there is like a fly or something, we never get them because the door's always closed. If one does get down here somewhere, there's nowhere for them to get out. So they're just in here. That's it. So we don't really get them, to be honest, because we always keep the door closed. So I don't know where this has come from. I personally feel Tiffany won't cash in at SummerSlam. It will take away the moment if Roman is to return in the same night. There's a fly in the lab. Yeah, guys, a lot of people have said, will you ever have like someone on stream with you? And the answer is yes. A fly. I've got a fly who just wants to share their thoughts on the Way at 6. But little do they know that I do this solo. Yeah. I do this solo Sikoa. I'm not looking to share this screen time. So, best they stay out of my way, to be honest. Right, we are back to the action. And we have got a shot of the crowds. There's a bee behind you, said Eric. Oh, yeah, that's true. It's probably come from here. I forgot. Oh, I forgot. I forgot about the big opening behind me as I'm on this balcony. That's where it came from. Here in lovely Telford. If anything, Roman is going to overshadow Tiffany if she cashes in, says Brony. It's a BBL fly. It's exactly what it is. Ah, who dat Saints J said you opened your wallet. Very good. Very good. I don't even think I've got that in there, to be honest. Right, where we going? What's happening? There's Chelsea. She's got a neck brace on. Has she got a knife? What's Piper got? Oh, it's a file. Princess of Pain. Sir Nicholas the Prickless? Byron has been sent away. In the back, who's in the background? Who was chatting in the background? Who was chatting? Who was that? I was distracted by Nicholas the Prickless. It looks like, is that Blair and Isla? Blair and Isla in the background. Right, we are underway with a match. We've gone into Nia Jax taking on Michin. Nicholas the Prickless. Got to think splitting PLEs, having 2 touring brands would generate more money as you'd have multiple house shows per night. You could sell more Raw Smackdown merch to support your fave, said Undercover Manager. Edward said, remember at WrestleMania when Cody was facing Roman? Well, we had a bet on that. When Cody was to win, she would have to get CR tattooed on her, and she got the tattoo today. Who had a bet? What are you on about? What's happening? Who's she? Who got a tattoo of CR? Right, Nia against Michin is our opening contest, and Michin just getting chucked down as Tiffy is on the outside. I'm guessing Bailey is still out there. Yeah, she is. That'd be a bad friend if she left her out there on her own. Nia Jax throwing in some kicks to Michin, who's in the corner. Dudley said P-break match already. Dro said, oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Nia giving that stink face to Michin. God, she really put some extra spice on that, didn't she? She was getting real down and dirty, Nia, with that one. You sick is the chant from the crowd. Let's go. Once again, the fraud zero news is wrong, said Brony. He said it would be Solo versus Roman and Randy versus Cody at SummerSlam. He said that Randy is turning on Cody at Money in the Bank. Well, there we go. I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting to know when these sources get things wrong, because don't always see what they report, to be honest. I mean, Zero News isn't someone that I tend to go to, but I do get tagged in sometimes. And of course, they always shout about their successes. So it's very interesting to hear when things haven't gone to plan, or as they said. Nia looking at Bailey. Bailey just stares back as Nia goes to the outside. Michin going under that bottom rope. We're 20 minutes into the show already. Michin with a kick. She's on the shoulders of Nia. Michin, boom! Face first, edge of the ring, clothesline. Down goes Michin. And Nia puts her arms out as I think we're going to commercial break. And we are. Apparently, they said they were talking to Jey Uso. Days, thanks for... What am I getting thanked for? Thanks for calling SmackDown. I'm at City Field watching the Mets, and I need SmackDown updates, said Daniel. Daniel, shout out to you, my friends. I mean, it's sort of what we do. No thanks required. Thank you for joining us, and I hope that the Mets are doing well. At City Field. I'm so jealous. Do you know, I'm really disappointed because my plans on Sunday, I'm not streaming the game because I just want to drink, to be honest, and I just want to not worry about putting on, like, you know, a show in regards to, like, talking all throughout the match and all that stuff. I just want to watch it, live it, enjoy it. I think there's some things in life that you just want to enjoy, and that is one that I just want to enjoy. I hope we get it done on Sunday. But the problem is I'm not actually going anywhere. I'm not going to a pub. I'm not going out. I'm just going to be watching it at home. I'm going to get a pizza, which might be a nightmare, because I'd imagine all the delivery places are going to be, you know, probably not going to have any spare delivery drivers. I cannot begin to tell you how big this is. It's so hard to communicate to people that aren't in the UK. I mean, it's all that is being spoken about. Any conversation is, what do you think's going to happen on Sunday? Do you think they can do it? I can only imagine if, I keep saying this, if you live in a state that has never won the Super Bowl and they get to the Super Bowl final, I can only imagine then that state would be talking about nothing else. That state would be like, oh my God, the game on Sunday, do you think they can do it? Blah, blah, blah. That's what it's like in England right now. So I was listening to the radio earlier, and there's people that are going to like a Metallica concert in London on Sunday. I think it's London, certainly in the UK. And they're like, I just don't know whether I should go or not. I just don't know if I should go. I don't know whether I should skip it but the tickets, you know, I've bought them for me and my son. They've cost me 500 quid. And there was this guy, like, I just don't know. I love Metallica, but I could see Metallica in the future again, but I might never see England in a final. There's a brilliant clip, I don't know if you've seen it, of the Killers. What the Killers did at the O2 in London the other day is they showed the last couple of minutes of the football, and England won their semi-final game. And so they showed the last couple of minutes on the screen, and as soon as the game ended, this white and red confetti cannons shot off, and then immediately the band went into Mr. Brightside, and the whole place just bouncing because they've just seen England reach the final, and there's all this confetti raining down, and they're playing their biggest song, and it was brilliant. So there's some brilliant clips and dilemmas and loads of stuff happening. But yeah, if England do it, I'm definitely going on the bus parade, man. There'll be a bus parade in London. I'll walk to London if I have to. It will be, I'm definitely going to that. In the crowds, singing away with everyone else, trying to get a picture of the trophy and the team and the bus. And I mean, yeah, all right, we got to win it first, but a boy can dream. Okay, we're back to SmackDown as Michin drop kicks Nia into the corner. And boom, Michin cannonballing in. 1, 2, shoulder up. Days, I actually got a reply off Nick Aldis about the England-Netherlands game. Did you? Was he watching it? Yeah, oh, yeah, he was, wasn't he? I saw a tweet he put out about, like, England flags. Oh, that's good. That's very good. Hope he's well. Mr. Aldis. Copa America is pretty much only one team winning that, said Spartan. Yeah, that should be good, though. It's Colombia against Argentina, isn't it, in the final of the Copa America? Boom! Michin gets hurled in the ring. Bayley was offering some... Ooh, sent on by Nia, misses. Oh, here's Tiffany. She's jumped up on the edge of the ring. Tiffany running on the outside. She's trying to distract. She's saying to the ref, come here. Oh, Bayley grabs Tiffany. Hurls her into the barricades. Nia with that kendo stick, but drop kick by Michin. Michin grabs Nia, looking for a DDT, and she gets it. Michin with the DDT. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Nia. Shoulder up by Nia. So we had the old classic distraction. Kendo stick was almost used. Michin with some kicks to Nia. Nia on her hands and knees. Michin going against the ropes. Sign in the crowd said, IWC as Nia hits a Samoan drop. Oh, no. Here we go. Annihilator. Annihilator connects. 1, 2, 3. Nia Jax wins after hitting the Annihilator. IWC exposed, says that sign. Right, what was your match score? As looked like Nia was going for another Annihilator. Bayley got into the ring, but now Tiffany wallops Bayley with that Money in the Bank briefcase. Sign in the crowd said justice for Heyman. We've got Nia and Tiffany in control. Headbutt there by Nia. Bayley goes down. Michin out of the equation as well. Nia splashes into Bayley. Bayley gets planted by Tiffany. So Nia and Tiffany working very well together. Nia going against the ropes. Leg drop on Bayley. Very good. Bayley is down. Tiffany has got the briefcase. I don't know where the belt went. I think it's over in the corner. Crowd are booing as Tiffany and Nia stand over Bayley, who's down in the ring. These two go over and step in through the ropes. Nia taking a deep breath there. She's feeling the effects. I don't know where this is going. They're taking a flipping age to get out the ring. She's thinking of cashing in. Oh, right. She's thinking of cashing in. Nah, you've left it too long, kids. I'm going to cash it in. She's saying she's going to cash it in. No, look, Nia's come over. What would be the problem? What would be the problem? I don't understand. Cash it in. Your friend becomes champ. Then you have a good contest at SummerSlam. Why would Nia stop that? I don't understand. Tiffany is like, no. I was just thinking about it. Cash it in. What does it matter? Too stupid to cash in. I don't get, why would Nia have a problem with Tiffany cashing in? Just face Tiffany at SummerSlam. What? It's better that Bailey keeps it. What? Okay, hang on. Here's Solo. I'm here to build a new family. More powerful family. More aggressive family. This family will rule for decades. By the end of tonight. By the end of tonight, everyone will acknowledge me. Ooh. Ooh. By the end of tonight, everyone will acknowledge me. Here's Baron Corbin. So, Baron Corbin and Apollo are going to be in action. Baron and Apollo taking on Legado. Baron Corbin. Right, let's end this poll, shall we? Days, apparently they gave Natalia an insulting offer or something, and they were sure no one would pay higher than what they were given, said Spartan Major. Well, that's a real shame if that's what they've done. She deserves respect. I could imagine her being, but listen, business is business as well. Okay, that got a good 96% that first match. I don't make a very good first impression, says The Miz. I was hated, I was despised. WWE Legends biography. The one on The Miz should genuinely be fascinating. That should genuinely be fascinating. I'm so bored of seeing those kind of biographies on Stone Cold, Rock, Triple H, Undertaker, Bret Hart. The Miz. It's different, isn't it? Shark Week. Here's John Cena. I've been waiting for this all year, Shark Week. I have no idea why the Americans love Shark Week. I don't get it. Don't get it. Don't understand. I understand that sharks are cool, but aren't lions cool? We don't have a lion week. I don't get it. Why sharks? Don't whales eat sharks? Doesn't that mean that whales are cooler? Where's Whale Week? Huh? Days, he was on vacation with Mickey and the kids in Paris. He was watching it, but Mickey wasn't happy about it, said James. Oh, Mickey. You're so fine. You blow my mind, but change your attitude. Taylor said, why would they squash a main event NXT superstar like Michin like that? She just main evented an NXT PLE. Did she? She is someone that I think struggles a bit on the main roster. I think losing to Nia, there's no shame in that because Nia's in the championship match at SummerSlam. Michin is someone that got mentioned a fair few times when we did our women's mid-card opinions video. Her name was getting mentioned a fair bit in that, so people are on board with Michin. getting some success on the main roster, but I feel like she is quite far away from being a world champion. Kian said, hope you are well. I hope you're well, Kian. Having a great stream. How was your day? What did you think of NXT? Are you expecting surprises on Monday with Rhea? And do we think we get Rome and Jimmy at SummerSlam? I think Jimmy could come in before. But yes, to Roman at SummerSlam. How was my day? Okay. A little strange. Everyone's just waiting for Sunday in this country. I feel like right now in this country, all we're doing is going... Is it Sunday? How long is it till Sunday? When's Sunday? No, still not Sunday. That's kind of all we're doing at the moment, really. But it's lovely to be here with you today. And I'll be here tomorrow with the UFC stream as well. And what was your other question? Are we expecting surprises tonight? I don't know if I'm expecting a surprise, but I am expecting something of note. You know, I feel like so far, for 35 minutes, this has just been average at best. But I am expecting something. I like that from Solo, where he goes, by the end of the night, you will all acknowledge me. You know, that gives us something to chew over. And we know that Cody's there, so... Let's see what they've got up their sleeve. Money in the Bank was the most viewed Money in the Bank event in the show's history. The most viewed. More than 45,000 fans attended the 4 events that were held. Money in the Bank is the highest grossing WWE Arena event in Canada. And they're just showing some replays of what went down at Money in the Bank. Money, 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 money. Oh. Man United Hodge said, as an Aussie, I'm going to root for the Three Lions. Oh, really? I would have thought that you would have gone the other way, to be honest. I would have thought you would have rooted for the Spanish. But respect. All support is very much appreciated. We're going to need every drop of it. Here's Andrade. A lot of people said you had a star-making performance, Andrade. Them same people are asking, what's next? What's next? WWE is my destino. Here's Carmelo. Mello. Tranquilo. The people have spoken. I'm a first round draft pick. What's next for Andrade? Him. Carmelo is next. So we're in the empty arena. We've done this before the shows began. Shades go out. Here's Apollo. Apollo is on the show. Amazing. So yeah, Man United hard. Shout out to you, my friend. You know, it's funny, a lot of people have said, like, oh, I hope England don't win 'cause the fans are going to banter and all that kind of stuff. I have no... And I feel like I speak for a lot of English fans here. No interest in doing that. No interest whatsoever. We have not won a trophy since 1966. Our only primary focus is on flipping, just winning and enjoying it. I have no interest in bantering anyone. It's not really my thing anyway, to be honest. But, yeah, it's funny how people are like, oh, if England win, we'll never hear the end of it. I don't know if that's true. I mean, We might mention it because we're proud of it, but I don't think we'll mention it in a way where we're putting other people down, you know? We're just so desperate for it. It's a very desperate situation. Christopher, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. And Chappie5342, shout out to you as well. So shout out to everyone that's joining us. Here's Legado. Legado. So, oh my God, what the hell is Elektra Lopez wearing? That is quite the outfit. Right, so it looks like it's going to be Berto and Angel that are going to be wrestling this one. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, we're backstage. This was last week when Santos confronted Baron Corbin. And that's kind of how we got to where we are right now. We're 40 minutes into this show. So there was an attack on Baron. Jason Jordan trying to break it up. Apollo coming in. And that has now set up a team of Baron and Apollo. Right, Days, if I didn't acknowledge Roman as the tribal chief and I actually like and respected him, I'm damn effing sure I ain't acknowledging the tribal fraud. Said the tribal fraud. Big splash by Baron. This match underway. So Baron and Apollo taking on Legado. This is Angel and Berto. I don't think this match is going to get very long. I don't think anyone gives a flip. And people like Baron, though. Baron getting out the ring as Apollo goes against the ropes. Shoulder tackle, kick to the midsection. Big clubbing blow there. Berto with a top rope enziguri. And kicks coming into Angel. Into Apollo. Angel on the outside. Apollo's not messing around, and good for him, said Sis. Make the most of every minute. Yep. Goes over, makes a tag. In comes Baron. Big back body drop there as Apollo gets out the ring. Corbin. Lovely. Went for like a suplex into a cutter. Right now we've got everyone in the ring. Big clothesline. Angel to the outside. Berto charging over. Straight over the top to the outside goes Berto. Corbin over the... Oh, what's he going to do? He's going to go up, over, flying Baron. Corbin comes crashing down, and we see Elektra shaking her head to that. Baron Corbin. That is a big man to get slung to the outside, landing on top of Legado as we go to commercial break. Mitchell said, have you ever actually watched Shark Week? No. If not, you'll never understand. That should be our members watch-along. Shark Week, said Mitchell. But what can they do with sharks? I don't understand. What could they do with sharks that would be that exciting unless you're going to get members of the public to like try and swim with them and survive? I just don't know what you could do. I mean, if you put someone in a shark cage, that's been done like 1 billion times. Someone in a shark cage with sharks swimming around it, like that. I don't get it. I don't understand. But you're right. I've never seen it, so. Maybe I need to check it out. As an American, I'm going to be rooting for Grandpa in the Euros. Good old USB, the United States of Britain, said Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. I feel like there was a good intention hidden in there somewhere. So all support is very much appreciated. I would say even if you don't give a flip about soccer, even if you don't give the smidgenest, tiniest little, you don't even know about it, don't care about it, not a single bone in your body has any interest, I would say still just check the score on Sunday. Because that's going to dictate my mood for the rest of the year. If we've lost, every stream after that will be me starting crying. Going, just give me a minute, guys. I'm still not over it yet. And you'll be like, it's October. And I'm like, I know. It's still so raw. Equally, if we do win, I may start every stream drunk for the rest of the year. Oh my god. I can't. There will be street parties if they win on Sunday. I mean, probably not in our street. There ain't that many people in our street. I wish I lived in a flipping city. It'll go off in the cities if they do it. Mitchell said, that's exactly what they do, but they mix it with science. Science never made anything better. Apart from people. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was by Bertie. Bertie just went over the top rope, seemed to just land in the ring, and we sort of tried to suggest he did a move. So Angel had Baron on his back. That just did not go well at all. That was a botch, weren't it, eh? That was a Berto botch. You can tell they've practiced that. So he meant to have Angel have Baron on his back, and then he was meant to come over, grab the head, and like flip over, but into like a net breaker, but just wasn't to be. Not today. Right, Berto, springboards. Oh, you got all of that though. That looked nice. That looked nice. Stephen, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Albert said, that would be cool. Drunk days watching the Wyatt 6. I wonder if wrestling's just like amazing when you're drunk. I mean, it's really good anyway, but imagine if you're drunk, you'd be more like, go on, kill him. Why is there 5 Baron Corbins in the ring? Which one am I meant to cheer for? Ah, I feel sick. Ah. Could be quite the ride, that. In comes Apollo. In comes Angel. The Beach Kevin said, first, you don't believe in Joe Hendry. Now, you don't believe in Sharks. I'm speechless. I feel like Sharks are cool. But I don't get the whole, let's do a week dedicated to them. I just can't imagine what you do that makes them cool for a week. I feel like I know loads. Well, I don't know loads about Sharks, but I've seen Jaws. You know? What can you do? It's like having a snake week. I feel like... Yeah, they're dangerous. Do we need to do a week about them? 1, 2, and a save. Like, same with tigers and flipping toddlers. Toddlers are killers. Lunatics, they are. They'll run around with scissors and everything. Give a gun to a toddler, God only knows what's going to happen, but we don't need to do a whole toddler week. But you Americans, you love them. You love these Shark Weeks. Oh, Baron with a clothesline. Into the timekeeper's area goes Baron and Berto. Elektra should be up there causing a distraction. But instead, she's just panicking as Apollo, gorilla press, boom, down. There she is. There she is. With the distraction, in comes Santos. Very good. Wing Clipper. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Angel gets the win. Legado pick up the win, and it was all thanks to Elektra and a bit of Santos. President Jafar said, England are my West Indies rivals in cricket, but I'm rooting for England to bring home the Euros because I'm a huge Chelsea fan. Thank you, my friends. It is greatly appreciated. All support is welcome. We're opening our arms to the world, saying just for one evening, lend us your support as we try to achieve something we have never achieved before. I mean, I say we. I'm literally playing no part in this whatsoever. It's nothing. Couldn't be less to do with me if it tried. Right. Oh, yeah. How to start a cult. That's what Piper's reading. Oh, excuse us, my ladies. Pretty Deadly the musical. We're backstage with Pretty Deadly, Chelsea, Piper. There's a line. Get to the back of it. No one gets in before moi. There's LA Knight. Is Nick busy? He said he'll call you. Chelsea, a bit frustrated. Excuse me, Mr. Knight. Chelsea's waiting patiently to speak to Mr. Aldous. Nick, what did she call him? Nickus Prickus. Well, LA Knight's got himself a contract. Gotta think that's for a United States Championship match. 51 minutes in, we've had 2 matches. First match got good 96% vote for what you thought about this one. Simulation 545 said, I've got to say, Tony Khan's booking has been consistent. It's been consistently boring. However, they put 2 good back-to-back shows on, so there is that. I heard very good stuff about this week, but I think if they're going to bring people back, they are going to need that big mystery talking point. I think what I saw of the Mariah May turn was excellent, but I think that I don't know that that's going to result in more people tuning in next week. I just think it was a cool moment that people will go, that's good. I think the match could definitely be something people are like, yeah, I'd be interested in knowing what happens there. But is it going to result in 100,000 people tuning into the show next week? I don't think so. I feel like you need a big mystery. I feel like you need a mystery person that's coming in, or you need some vignettes that leads to something good. But we were talking about this on, I think, the member stream. Who can you get? I feel like the person that they need, size-wise, would be Brock Lesnar. I feel like they need someone of that caliber that comes in and you go, oh my God. Oh my God, they've just gone and signed Brock Lesnar. Like, that would generate so many talking points. People would be down on it. People would be cool with it. Like, people would be split on it. But people would also be like, imagine Ospreay against Brock. Imagine Brock versus Danielson. Imagine Brock versus... I sort of feel like you need someone of that caliber that's going to send, like, a bomb going off in the wrestling world that's going to really reverberate. And I just... where is that person? Who is that person? Becky? Becky could be that person. But I don't know. I mean, is there enough women's dream matches that people actually want to see that would do it? You know, Mercedes Becky in 2024 would be good. Becky Jamie Hayter, Becky Britt, Becky Saraya. I mean, I know people could say Becky Hikaru Shida, but Hikaru Shida, no one cares. I sort of feel like the casual fans that don't really watch AEW, they ain't going to care. They probably ain't going to care about the Jamie Hayter match if they don't watch AEW. But Becky against Sasha, that's going to grab people. Becky against Paige, that's going to grab people. Britt Baker made a bit of a name for herself, didn't she, at the start of AEW? Although she's been very quiet, obviously, in recent times. But then we found out she's been through a lot. But, I don't know. Becky, but I don't know if Becky would do it. It might have to be a male. It might have to be, like, someone like that, like a Brock. But you ain't getting Brock. And I don't think you're getting Becky. So, what can you do? How can you get everyone to give you another chance? It's one thing to have really good shows, but how do you get all of those lapsed fans to come back again? I don't know that good shows alone are going to do it. Don't know if good shows are going to do it. I feel like you're going to need to grab people's attention with something. But listen, that's the situation they find themselves in. Here's the situation that Cody finds himself in. He's backstage with Randy Orton. Randy. I heard what Solo said. You don't want me out there. Need you to know. If things go sideways, I'm coming out there. I've got your back. I will always have your back. His family need him more than we need him. That's about Kevin. Oh. Oh. You're going to have a lot of men coming after this championship. And I really thought he was going to say including me. But he said, I'm going to have your back too. Ooh. Love that. There wasn't really much there I can say that you could read into, but there was still enough there where you go, ooh. I think we all want heel Randy against Cody. I do. Thomas said, my comment was all good intentions. My neighbour is from Wales. He said the only difference in our country is we've got guns and what we call football. Yeah, I mean, I knew your comment was all good. I've said before, I love America. I feel like probably a bit too much because it's the only place I tend to go on holiday. Yeah, like if ever I need to go, like to do toy hunt, I just go to America. I mean, I don't really go anywhere else, and that's a bit of a problem, really. I probably should see the rest of the world, but I just keep going to Florida and watching WWE. I mean. I'm either watching things coming from America or I'm going on holiday in America, so... Yeah, I think there's a lot of inconsequential differences between our nations, but all the core values are the same, yes. Oh, this fly. This fly. This fly has got to go. Gotta go. I better not pass out now because there's no ventilation in here. Oh. LA night. I thought that might look quite funny on the stream. I didn't realise it was actually going to choke me, you know. That's a bad idea. I think it's actually toxic, you know. Please only use in ventilated areas. This might be day spray. Right, we got LA Knight. Breathe, I know, yeah. Oh. LA Knight, yeah. A fly swatter is healthier. Yeah, that's true. Do you know, I don't think I've ever killed a fly with a fly swatter. Can't be good for your lungs, can it, that? Okay, so we're just looking. So we saw LA Knight pin Logan a couple of weeks ago. Let's think about what we really saw. I pinned the United States champion, said LA Knight. Contracts. It's a done deal, innit? It's a done deal. Hot and fresh. This had Nick Aldis's signature already on it. SummerSlam. There we go. Dave's feeling a bit woozy, said, honestly. Although I haven't seen the flight again, so... LA Knight, and he has signed it. I see a signature from Nick Aldis. I see a signature from LA Knight. Edgelord. Logan Paul. So he's asking Logan to come down. Right, we've got... we're halfway through. We've got 58 minutes left to go. Don't get too excited. That ain't gonna happen. Guess who ain't here? So there is no Logan. It will be Yumi. Okay. LA Knight then is going to be taking on Logan. Do you think when Paul is done with WWE, he'll have a documentary called Logan's Run, said Dark Knight? God, I hope so. I hope so. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. And Bembo Sports said, as a Palace fan and most players in the squad, it's great. Yeah, Palace well represented. And Mark Gay maybe has been our best player. So... I wouldn't mind him at United, actually, Mark Gay. Okay, we've got... What's going on? Who's this? We've got Corey. We've got Wade. Wade Barrett's loving it, isn't he? Look at that. We got a Sting shirt as well, which is great to see. NWO shirt. There's another new face in the women's division. Here is a vignette on Blair Davenport. Blair Davenport has already taken your spot whilst you cry about being overlooked. Blair Davenport. We haven't seen much of her, but I'm wondering, is she next? She is next. Blair Davenport is making her way down, so this is going to be our next contest. Do we know where she is, who she's facing? No. She was not on the official preview. Blair Davenport making her way down to the ring. What can she do? We have not seen much of Blair. She's going to be taking on Naomi. Is it rumoured to be Naomi? You're correct, it is, George. D-Luth said, please, something exciting happen. I might pass out before... Simulation said, it's halftime. I want to know the halftime. You need to sing the song. Oh, we can do that. Have we still got it, actually? Have we got it? Oh, hello, what's that? Oh, that's the documentary. Yeah.
Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
I look so young there, don't I? I look so young. I look so young and carefree. Wasn't even in the right place, was it? It was hidden behind the chat, actually. So here we go. People are firing in their scores. Like Poppy Crocs, who said 4.5, and Nick that said 5.5. Norma with 3.75. Nathan with 7. Huel with a 6. Spartan with a 4. Ray said 4 and very sad. Mitchell said 5. The show has been bad. Greg said 8. Rob said 6. Keaton said 6. James said, just my opinion, AEW putting on good shows won't fix the underlying problem. That is the company. Mr. Dow Jr. says 6. Jordan said 6.25. Mathan Makeup says 8. Kyrie said 4.5. Callum said 5. Kieran said 6.5. Kim's Train said 2. Mr. Quake said 3.5. Poppy said they should be filling this episode with way more as we head to SummerSlam, not Baron and Apollo matches. That's true, I agree. I'll give the show a 3. Blue Shirt said 6.5. Alkaline MF in Prime said, come on, y'all. There ain't no way this is a 7. I'm Your Father said 5. Trini says Slim Shady lives. Hey, do you like the album? What do you think about it? Has anyone heard it? It's out, isn't it? I saw the front cover of him in the body bag, but I've heard it's got mixed reviews. Mixed reviews. What are people thinking about the new... I want to have a look, actually. What has it scored? Let's have a look on any decent music. That's the website I tend to go to. Doesn't look like there's enough reviews in yet. I tend to go to any decent music. They've got Charlie XCX as the best recent album. 8.7 is its average score. Charlie XCX. the best album that they've ever scored got a 9.3, and that was Kendrick Lamar, To Pimp a Butterfly. Oh, it's a new Johnny Cash album. 11 previously unreleased demos from the studio in 1993. Johnny Cash, songwriter. That's interesting. That's interesting. I've heard a lot about Kneecap's second studio album from the Belfast hip-hop trio, produced by Toddler T. Got an 8.2 average. But yeah, I haven't seen reviews yet for... Well, I did. I saw one that said that it was getting early mixed reviews. Trini said, I rate it an 8. It's a solid album, and I really enjoyed having Shady back. The last 50 minutes might be the greatest 50 minutes in wrestling, but so far it's been the most mid that has ever midded. They've sandbagged the shows, otherwise Fox just black screens and mutes, said Hair Metal Mayhem. So they're just showing us the John Cena moment. The album was really good, said Mitchell. Not the best. I'm reserving my full rate. I think we're going to get a part 2 listening to the album. That's what she said. Said, who would you pick as John Cena's last opponent? Trick Williams. Pass the flipping torch, mates. Randy Orton can be his WrestleMania opponent. And I think he can face loads of legends and dream matches, but who do you wrap it up against? I'd be tempted to go Trick. Pass the torch. Lose to Trick Williams. After Cena had a really good year and looked good and won the world title, got number 17, was on a bit of a win streak. That way, Trick... That way, Cena's year is a success, and Trick beating him will actually mean something. So yeah, I'd look at something like that. But there are people thinking that we do Randy against John as the last match. There's some people that want Kurt Angle to come back so that we do like a full circle moment. But I think Kurt's retired. I don't know that he's coming back. But Kurt coming back would be fun. Obviously, we know how it all started. Ruthless aggression. So to actually go back and do Kurt and Cena would be pretty fun. He looks amazing, man. I love that gear. Dancing away. Feeling the glow. Bron Breakker wouldn't be bad either. Kenneth said, I can't watch WWE. My internet's out, and I haven't got internet. I haven't had internet for about 3 or 4 days. I've tried everything. Chris said CM Punk last match. That was one of John's greatest rivals, says Chris. K-pop lover said Old Man Flair. Old Man Flair. Jimmy could return tonight, said Branson. God, we need some. I don't mind Blair against Naomi. Nice, sliding on knees. Blair comes over, kick to the midsection there by Naomi. Naomi takes the legs away from Blair. Drops the leg. That looked really good, actually, that leg drop. Kick out by Blair. Naomi going against that was weird. Naomi went against the ropes and then just ended up putting on a headlock. Naomi in the midsection, shot to the midsection. Blair coming over, grabbing Naomi. Naomi charging over, goes up. Kicks Blair back. Naomi charges and boom. Basement drop kick. Dragon Blair. Split leg moonsault. Boom. No. Oof. Splits. From the top, she comes crashing down on Blair, but only gets a 2. So Blair is down. It says Blair upon my entrance, and that's my last name, said Squared Circle Oracle. I actually used to live on Davenport Road. You are basically Blair Davenport Road. Shot coming in there by Blair. Shot coming back by Naomi. You sound like an old man. What has happened to you, said Kenneth. Well, once you hit 21, you do officially become a boomer. And at that point, age just catches up on you very, very quickly. So, I'm an old 21, what can I tell you? I'm an old 21. Right now, Blair has got Naomi. Into the ring post goes Naomi. The new Eminem album is probably an 8, said Flu Gang 95mm, but it's going to take a few replays to get used to it. Anna Hello said, I am praying for an ad break. This is painful and boring. Well, the commercial gods heard you, and we have gone to commercial break. Interesting Cena facts. He's never beaten Tori Wilson in a mixed tag match. K-pop lover said Days is in his 50s. 21. Spartan said super chat. Did we get a super chat that I missed? We did. Ryan said, didn't realise you was a United fan. Yes. I'm a United fan, but I don't really talk to anyone about football. Like, I only speak to people on here, really. So, you know, my day, I'll be like... Normally what I do is I'm on Twitter and I'm reading what people have notified me about, or I'm looking at, like, certain accounts to see what's happening in the wrestling world. And I'll have, like, YouTube up, and normally it's Sky Sports News. Or it'll be, like, TalkSport, or it'll be, you know, wrestling podcast or whatever, something like that. And I'm just either listening to the latest news developments, or I'm just listening about what's happening with England, or who Man United are linked with. But that's really, you know, and then obviously if the games are on, I'll just watch the games. Have them on in the background. But yeah, I mean, I don't like... I don't know, it's weird. I think if ever, like, you hear someone's a fan of a football team or something, you think they, like, go to games and banter other fans, and that's just not my life, really. I've always supported the team, and I've bought shirts, and I've been to Old Trafford and everything, but I'm a much more couch follower these days. I mean, I just watch the games from home and, you know, follow things that way. That's awesome, though, said Ryan. I just got home with the kebab and chips. Let's go. The perfect stream to come back to. Nikki is defo the bride. Ryan sat there with a kebab and chips. Oh, my God, I'm so jealous. A kebab meat and chips. I don't know what you call them in. I think you call them gyros in America. Kebabs. Pita bread with kebab meat, doner kebab meat in there. Bit of salad, bit of maybe chili sauce, maybe a bit of mayo, chips. You can up the road get them in a wrap, or you can get them in naan bread. Oh, beautiful. Very, very fattening. Calorie count on that must be like all the calories. Awful. Awful. Don't think about that. But once in a while, it's all right. You can get away with it. Thomas said, I don't know if the a trophy in Angle's arm and pec are reversible to where he could wrestle again, says Thomas. I'm not expecting him to be honest. I mean, he's been out now for a long time, hasn't he? And he was not moving very well when he was competing. So, I mean, I feel like he's pretty much done. I'm not expecting him to return. It's okay. You know, we don't need that. I'm quite happy with a passing of the torch moment, or as people have said, you can do Punk, you can do Randy, you can do Cody, you can do maybe The Rock, but I wouldn't think so. 1, 2, you could do Gunther. But, you know, Cena has got to get some wins next year because he's really been buried. Beating Cena just doesn't really mean anything anymore. It should, but it just doesn't. He's lost. He can't even remember the last time he won a match, and I understand that. He's been used in that kind of put in young talent over role for a long time now. So he's going to have to win next year. 1, 2. I'd give him 17. Give him the 17th. Blair ducking underneath, trying to get round the back of Naomi, trying to roll up Naomi. 1, 2, 3. Was that a 3? 1, no, reversed. Was that a 3? 2, yeah, Blair's checking. 1, 2. 2. 1, 2. Well, that was a 3. Naomi gets it. And oh, it was a bit dull. A steep learning curve for Blair Davenport. Blair Davenport losing. I mean, it is what it is. They're both top talents. There's no shame in losing to Naomi. Better than me. Okay, so Blair versus Naomi. Get in your thoughts. They're talking about DIY and A-Town Down Under. Obviously, we got new championes. Champione. Give him 17. Break the record. Have everyone talking to add another title under the belt for the moment. Yeah, he should. I agree. Trini says Slim Shady lives. Says share the link with me, wifey. I'll share it on my socials. What does that mean? What does that mean? Mike said definitely it's tough to give Cena a year where he has been losing for a hot minute. It will be interesting to see what WWE does. Well, I've got to think you've got to build him. I've got to think that you have to build him in the first part of the year. Maybe give him the win at WrestleMania, give him the 17th title, have him defend it successfully a few times, get that feeling back of like, yeah, he can do this. It's Cena. He's winning. And then, you know, as we get to the end of the year, he drops the title and, you know, perhaps we just give him a couple of losses. He drops the title and then loses his last match as he bids us farewell. Knowing John Cena as well as I do, I've got to think he would want to lose that last match. He is all about giving, isn't he? I mean, he's done more Make-A-Wishes than anyone else. He's all about giving back. He's all about repaying. You know, we've heard about him sitting down and taking Baron Corbin out for a few meals so they can talk about, you know, what's, let's find a way forwards. Blah, blah, blah. It would not shock me if he wanted to just put someone over in that last match. Imagine him against Elia. Right, A-Town down. A-Town down under versus DIY. Right, people are thinking, we get the turn tonight, and oh my god, we need something. We need something. 23 minutes into the second hour. We got 37 minutes to go. Give us something tonight. Come on. Come on, you cowards. We're on the road to SummerSlam. Is this where it happens? Is this where Austin Theory finally gets to embrace being a face? And then maybe we build to Grayson and Theory at SummerSlam. Let me talk to you. WWE doing title rematches now, said Justin. Yes, but we think for a very good reason. 6 Horror Kingman said Blair is not a star. I'm sorry, she should be a jobber. I don't see her making it. WWE are going to have to push her on us. Mr. Quake said Liv Morgan, Triple Crown. We've got Money in the Bank cash in tease, said Fallon. Madison said put the wrestlers' names in a hat. In natural John Cena should go against. I don't know what that means. You mean put all the names in and pick out his opponents that way? This week he's facing, oh, that would be quite fun actually. Oh, who put Vince McMahon in there? Who put Vince McMahon in there? That's not funny. That's not funny. I know you think that's a rip, but you're ruining this show. Sorry about that. Sorry about it. It's not Vince. Sorry about that. We'll try again. Who put Linda in there? Did you put Linda in there? It's not funny, you know. That'd be all right, man. That would at least provide some entertainment. Mike said it's true. This show is a bit dead compared to Raw this past Monday. K-Dub said Cena's last match should be him winning the belt to make history and then relinquish it on the same night before retiring. Don't think anyone has done that before. Dan from Pensacola, Florida said Shark Week sucks, but so does John Cena. It'll be a tough match, but I'll put 50 on the Shark. Let's go. Well, then I don't recommend you watch Shark Week this time. John Cena's hosting it. So not only have you got Shark Week, you've got John Cena involved as well. I think LA Knight is the Deadpool of WWE, said Meek Maiko. Kenzie said, this SmackDown has been bad. I'm excited for when the commercials come on. Person said, 7 said, no Shane McMahon. No, he's going to AEW. He's in AEW now. Amazon Prime Day is on the 16th and the 17th. What does that mean? What does that get me? What do I get for that? Is everything on sale? What's happening? Amazon Prime Day. We're going to buy things that we don't need. Ryan said kebab, cheese, burger and chips. What? Ultimate nom? I'm the same with United, but I've not been to Old Trafford in about 20 years. The shame. What do you think the score will be on Sunday? I'm thinking 1-1. Extra time. Penalties. England win. That's what I'm thinking. I just think if we get them to extra time, if we get them into extra time, does the pressure, I mean, they've got a 16-year-old, extra time of a final, everyone's going to be feeling the pressure, Do they start shutting up shop? Does it start to become a bit more about, right, let's just not lose this final. Let's just not lose this. We'll go to penalties. We'll try our look at penalties. And I can't believe I'm saying it, but if it goes to penalties, I think England have got a chance. They practiced them so much. And they scored all 5 in their shootout the other day. And it's hard to see England beating Spain in 90 minutes, isn't it? Even I can't sit here and go, oh yeah, England 2-0. It's hard to see England being able to beat Spain. So I'm thinking extra time, get them to penalties, get it done that way. Okay, here's Bianca, here's Jade, here's Naomi. You look good, girl. Chelsea. Chelsea's still waiting. He's not even here. That's pretty fun. Bianca says he's not even here tonight, and in the background they all freak out. Chelsea and Piper storm into his office. Pretty Deadly just walk away. Here's Blair. The best person one, says Blair. Maybe I'll have better luck next time. Puts a hand out. Don't trust it. Don't trust it. Oh, and she walks away. If you're looking for Nick Aldis, he's not here. Boom! There it is! Yeah! Blair Davenport attacks Naomi from behind. I like that. I mean, they've been the best parts of the show. These little backstage with all the different interactions. People like, you know, we've seen Chelsea interacting with Pretty Deadly. We've seen Jade Bianca interacting with Naomi, Chelsea interacting with Naomi, Blair interacting with Naomi. We've seen all these different interactions backstage. That's pretty fun. Here's DIY. Days, could LA Knight do another home invasion to get the signature? Suppose he could. All he needs to do is just dress as a Pokemon and just go around Logan's house. Logan will let him in. I'm pretty sure Logan will try and catch him. And then as soon as you've got Logan's attention, get that signature. So, mate. So, yeah, Ryan, shout out to you. I'm jealous of the food that you've got. But I'm feeling good for Sunday. I'm feeling good. On paper, before the tournament started, England were favourites ahead of Spain. It's only because of how the games have been going that Spain have looked a lot better, that people have gone, oh no, actually Spain are better. And we'll find that out on Sunday, won't we? Which Pokemon should he dress up as? Jigglypuff. This show is so bad, it's making AEW Collision look good, said James. Matty Ice said, man, it better be a very sweet roll up, and that's it, says Matty Ice. Tommy said, are you streaming the football? No. We did do it last time, and I did float the idea. I did kind of mull it over, but no. Days, getting names from a hat is what Tony Khan does every week with AEW to see who fights his wrestlers. Oh, well. Better not steal his idea, then. Right, here we go. We are underway. A-Town Down Under. DIY with drop kicks. Chomper is looking like Jesus, says Meek. How dare you invoke Jigglypuff? She's adorable. She's a she. Do you know, I didn't know anything about Pokemon. Never collected them. Never watched the cartoon. Never played the game. It's not my thing. Into the ring post goes Tommaso. But my brother had a few cards. And there was all these amazing looking cards that had like all these amazing looking Pokemon. Oh, little bit sloppy there as Chomper went on the edge of the ring. But he had this Jigglypuff, and I swear, the picture on it looked like it had been drawn by a 5-year-old. The Jigglypuff picture just looks so out of place. All these others were like, had them like standing like this, looking cool, with like really good shading and everything. The Jigglypuff one just looked like a 5-year-old had just drawn a line and coloured the bottom bit green, the sky blue, and then this pink blob. And that was it for the Jigglypuff thing. That was it. It's flipping rubbish. It's rubbish. I loved the card made me laugh. As a result, I was like, people buy these. Turns out the other ones were much better, actually, but I'm going to see if I can find a picture of the Jigglypuff card, because it made me laugh. Days, keep up the good work, said Gaming Fanatic. Gaming Fanatic, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. I want to find the Jigglypuff cards. Some of these other Jigglypuff ones look good, but that weren't the one my brother had. My brother didn't have none of these. None of these good-looking Jigglypuffs. There was a rubbish one. Where's the rubbish one? They're ashamed of it. They've hidden it. They've hidden it. I wonder if it's rare. I wonder if it's, like, rare now. I wonder if it was fake. I wonder if he had a fake Jigglypuff card. It's the only reason I know the name of it is because he had the cards. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know it existed. Original. Oh! First edition, maybe? First edition? Oh, I'm going to have to look into this because I can't even find a picture of it, which is now making me think perhaps it was rare. Because all these Pokemon cards are, like, highly collectible now, aren't they? I wonder if he's still got it. See, that one looks rubbish. Look at this. Look at this one. Look at this. Look at this Bellsprout. Look at that. That doesn't look that good. But the Jigglypuff one, look at some of these look... Look at that! Rubbish. I was just looking to see if I could find the one I was on about, but it's none of these. Must be like it's proper OG 90s one. Don't know. My Pokemon knowledge is atrocious. I literally have heard of Ash, Pikachu, Jigglypuff. That's it. That's it.
Halftime scores.
And a Pokeball. I know about them. Pokemon Go, that's a game, innit? Ryan said they'll play like Holland in the first 45 of the last game. Nice and open for us to play proper. Good feeling. Wyatt 6, best story since Kane and Undertaker. Ryan, that's it. I love that positivity. There's no point going into Sunday all nervous. Bring it on. Bring it on. I'm going to smash them, mate. I'm going to smash them. By the time we're done with Spain on Sunday, they're going to look like paella. We're going to mess them up, mate. We're going to mess them up. Tag being made. In comes Johnny. The big difference is we've got South Goat. Gareth Southgoat. Boom. Lovely work there by Johnny. Are we getting the turn? I don't think this is going to go all that long. God, I tell you, these matches tonight, just not it. Shoulder up there by Theory. 3 matches. Good 96, good 92, good 84. A-Town down under right now, taking on DIY. Crowd are making some noise on this one, though. I think these teams have got good chemistry. Here's Theory. Boom! Big forearm strike. Shot coming back there by Tommaso. These two exchanging shots back and forth. Oh, swing and a miss. Back elbow there by Theory. Theory against... big boot there by Tommaso. Rolls up Theory. 2. Grayson makes the save. Grayson makes the save. 1, 2. Oh, I thought there was a chance that Theory was going to get it. Look at Grayson staring over in the direction He's grabbing Theory, drags him over to his corner, makes the tag. Grayson gets him. Theory on the one side, Grayson on the other. Here we go. Oh, they end up kicking into each other. Tommaso rolls up Grayson. No joy. Oh, big knee. Grayson connects with Theory by mistake. Theory to the outside. Oh! Shadow Machine. And now it looks like DIY are about to put Grayson Waller away, and they do. Connect. Johnny, 1, 2, 3. There we go. DIY retain. And the big question, what happens now with A-Town Down Under? What happens now? Because clearly they're nowhere near the titles anymore. They lost them. They lost the rematch for them. There seems to be miscommunication. And all eyes are on when we come back from this replay. How is this gonna play out? How is this gonna play out? We're just seeing the end of the match. So we've got Grayson on the outsides. We've got DIY in the ring. Oh, here we go. We've got some arguing. Oh, what? Hey? Jacob Fatu's just come down. Jacob Fatu. So Ciampa is battling away with Jacob. Is Jacob just come down on his own? Damn, man. I love that. I love that. I love these DDTs that have no effects. We saw the draping DDT that Randy hit on Jacob. Did nothing, mates. Now he's just DDT Jacob, who collides into Johnny. Boom. Picks up Tommaso. Big Samoan. It was so big. It was so big. Them Samoan drops are hellacious. Hellacious. Is Jacob Fatu going to go for the tag titles on his own? He's just out here wrecking everyone. Goes up. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. He's special. He's special. He is special. People have said for so long, will Jacob come in? Look at that. Oh, my God. This man has been blessed by the gods. Did you see the size of that moonsault? What are we doing now? Now Solo's coming down. Oh, mate, that is such an amazing way to transition from one segment to another. That is such an amazing way. Send Jacob out to just ruin everyone. And then when the coast is clear, just bring out the rest of the bloodline. Here is Solo, Tama, Tongaloa with Jacob in the ring, showing his support to his tribal chief. Very good. Very good. We were sat here going, is A-Town Down Under gonna split? WWE just threw a swerve. Easily the best moment of the show tonight. Easy. Easy, mate. Easy. Easy. Easy peasy. Very good. But WWE is so late to the game on Jacob. They've slept for so long, said Haley TV. Well, they're well rested. Getting a good night's sleep is very important. So WWE is recharged. They're well rested. And now they're living their best lives. John Cena to turn heel and join the Bloodline, said Lucius. Solo has come away since losing every live show match to LA Knight for like 6 months, said Eric. Jacob needs a night where he's peed off and destroys all the matches like Kane did that one time. Kenneth said, guys, when my mom is about to be at my house, my mom is trying to today house, so I might get off here. Trust me, I don't want to, but hurry up. Yes or no, said Kenneth. I say yes, Kenneth. I say yes. I don't know what the question is, but I say yes. Anna said it's a very shallow pool to choose from, but definitely the best of the show. That is true. It's either that or the moment that Chelsea found out that Nick Aldis wasn't actually in his office. That's about it, isn't it, really? And maybe the Tiffany tease cash in, but I don't understand that because I don't understand why Nia would have a problem with it. Does Nia think it would be easier to beat Bayley than beat Tiffany? I don't understand. Perhaps there's a plan that they're working towards, and that's Tiffany not sticking to the plan. I don't know. I just sort of feel like, why would Nia be bothered? So that bit kind of left me a bit confused, if anything else. So there really ain't loads to choose from. But at least we got something, didn't we, eh? At least we got something. Do you remember that bit where Jacob was killing everyone? It's good, wasn't it? That was good. 15 minutes to go. LA Knight trolled Chelsea, said Eric. He did, yeah, he did. Very good. He told her that Nick was a bit busy. Turned out he weren't even there. Right, that got 47 good, 36 great. Okay, this is better received. Still didn't get into the great range. It only got a good rating, but it was better received. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see what is going to go down in Bloodline Town. Here they are. Oh, Bloodline. Nia doesn't want to face Tiffany at SummerSlam. Clearly, yeah. She was not happy. Acknowledge me! And the crowd boo! Bloodline segment. Let's see what you got. What you cooking. We know that Cody's going to come out. Can I remind you what happened to those that didn't acknowledge me? Listen, with Jacob around, I'd acknowledge Solo. There's a "We want Roman" chant. Jimmy Uso didn't acknowledge me. And what happened? He's gone. He's gone. The wise man. He's gone too. Look at Solo's red socks. And Roman Reigns against Jacob Fatu. Roman. Not my bloodline, says the sign. You people don't deserve... They keep zooming in on Jacob, don't they? They love Jacob. The camera keeps going into Jacob. When Roman decides to come back, he will acknowledge me as his tribal chief. But tonight's about Cody. Solo says Roman will acknowledge him. And he wants Cody to acknowledge him. Cody, if you're back... And then here comes Cody. Well, this is a bit tricky, isn't it? Because Jacob is in the ring and he might F Cody up. He probably will. Roman will never acknowledge Solo. Spartan Major said Solo is onto something, but at least the show's got goods. At least the show has got goods. Here's Cody. Nice and marching for. Whoa! Let's go. Roman was at least a fair tribal chief, said Curtis. I'd prefer Jacob as tribal chief, said Jay. Solo needs to get some noodles, says Raven. I am your father with eyes emoji. Thomas 007 laughing at Solo. Big guy said pants. K-Dub said Randy will help Cody if he turns on him, till he turns on him at SummerSlam. Maybe final boss, said Thomas. Solo has an effing lisp, like he's 45 years old, said Mr. 516. Do you get a lisp at 45? I'll have to keep an eye out for that in 24 years' time. Here's Cody. He's looking at the bloodline. Whoa! Jacob standing behind Solo, and Solo's telling Jacob, stay calm, stay calm, stay back and stay calm. We've got 10 minutes still to cook here, you know. Tama not making any movements. Tonga Loa, they're just looking cool as cucumbers. Big cheer as Solo. Here's Cody in the ring, belt over his shoulder. I've heard everything you're saying. That's good. Sure you can figure this out. Not if it's maths. If it's maths, Solo doesn't stand a chance. Gotta speak to Nick Aldis. But SummerSlam. Undisputed championship. So there we go, SummerSlam. Nick Aldis ain't gonna turn that down. But if I could make any decision, I wouldn't be waiting till SummerSlam. Look at Jacob. Cody said, I would want to do it here and now. Oh, that would be silly, because you're outnumbered. You're outnumbered? Silly boomer. Silly American boomer. He's surrounded as well. He throws in some shots to the bloodline. He nails Jacob in the head. Jacob stumbles back, but comes forward, hits a super kick. And now he's getting mugged. This is going to bring out Randy. Boom! Big clothesline there by Jacob. Here's Randy. Here's Randy. Comes running down, kick to the midsection, into the barricades. Deals with Tonga Loa and Tama Tonga. Here is Jacob. Top rope gets pulled down. Jacob to the outsides. Randy Orton is a one-man bloodline wrecking machine. Draping DDT. Down goes Solo, but Jacob back in the ring. Cody in the corner. Randy turns around. Ah! That was an elbow. Seemed to be right in the neck. Now Randy is getting mugged. Gorillas of Destiny back in the ring. Stomping away on Randy. Jacob went over to Cody, but Cody goes out the ring. Randy on the outside, battling away with the Gorillas of Destiny. Is anyone else go? Oh, Jacob! Yeah! Big suicide dive there by Jacob. Jacob getting back into the ring, goes over, grabs a hold of Cody, throws in a few headbutts. And, they're tying Cody up in the ropes. Tying Cody up in the ropes. Headbutts to the midsection by Jacob. And Randy has been dealt with on the outside. There's no Kevin Owens around. Ah! Ring steps to the midsection. Randy Orton goes down. It does look similar to when the Usos took out Randy. It reminds me a lot of Riddle and Randy against the Usos. And then we didn't see Randy for ages. Super kick. Corey said, I don't want to be anywhere near this crime scene. Here's Jacob again. Boom! Super kick. Tell you what, this has been a real showcase. Bah! For Jacob. From the moment he cleared the ring to that suicide dive and what we've been seeing here, it's been a real showcase for him. And then making Cody watch. Cody is tied up in the ropes and he is helpless as Randy is being absolutely brutalized in front of him. Boom! Through the commentary table goes Randy, and Cody can do nothing about it. Ah, Samoan Spike. Message sent by the Bloodline. Randy down. And the Ula Fala gets put around the neck of the new tribal chief. Acknowledge him. It's got Jacob in it, so you better. Don't come for me, Jacob. Now we got some boomers coming out to check on Randy. Defcon said, Monsoon always said never headbutt a Samoan. Well, people need to listen to Gorilla Monsoon more, because that was a very knowledgeable young man. Randy Orton is down. We've got the referees. They've come out. Loud boos. As the little graphic pops up in the corner. KO said, nope, not showing up for this ridiculousness, said William. You suck. You suck. You suck. You suck. Yeah, not the greatest episode, but not a bad ending. Not a bad ending at all. So, can we get the poll up on the other channel? If you go over to the second channel, Wrestling Days Clips. If you go over there, that's where we keep all of our opinion videos. You can actually vote on what you thought about the show. So let's bring that up right now. Text poll. So, what did you score WWE Smackdown for 7, 12, 24? Yeah, I must admit, I mean, I don't think this was a very strong episode. I think the final match was probably the best match. I thought the way we got from that into the Bloodline thing was good. I don't mind not getting A-Town Down Under splitting, because I think it was a bit predictable that's what was going to happen, and I was just waiting for it, really. We never got it, and instead we just got Jacob like wrecking house, and I wasn't expecting that, so that's okay. I'm all right kicking that can down the road a little bit further. I mean, maybe we get a Grayson Waller effect next week, and it happens there instead. But the poll is up now on our second channel. That's where you can officially record your thoughts on what went down by jumping over there and putting your scores. I mean, you can put them in the chat here, but it won't register. It'll just be if you go over to that other thing. Also, I will put up a thing on Twitter just asking for your opinions about SmackDown, and we'll do an opinions video, which will go up on the second channel. I'll get that recorded in a few hours' time. Patrick said WWE show becoming like Vince used to book it. A lot of rinse and repeat, a lot of 50-50 booking with breaking up teams and stables at a rapid pace. 3, and that's only because of Jacob, said Chris. Anna says 4. Wesley said the end was like a 9. Mole said, no way the show is trash. If we go back 15 years ago, 20 years ago, everything would be so much better. I don't know, you know, there was some good stuff that's happened in the past. Even if we go back 3 years ago when Brock and Roman were going at it, the shows were better just 3 years ago, even 2 years ago. Not like this. Oh, I see what you're saying. They were better 10 years ago, 14 years ago, 3 years ago. Got you. I thought you were saying that this was better than shows we got in the past. And I was a bit like, hang on, we had some good shows in the past, you know? I know this is a good era, but we did have some good shows in the past. I mean, maybe not in 2020 or in 2019, but we did have some good shows in the past. Aubrey said it's a poor show. I would rather have seen Marco stunt. 6 out of 10, if I'm being honest. Things are cooking, said Gaming Fanatic. ZZG Plays said, Days, I don't know if you remember me from Money in the Bank. I just want to say, have a great day. And you, Buds, you have a great day as well. James said, Days, this is what is the need for this new bloodline. Just weeks of destroying everyone to exert their dominance before Jimmy and Roman return and whoever else. Good point. Good point. Right, my friends, I'm running away right now because I'm going to go work on Unseen and do a few bits and bobs as per usual. So don't forget you can vote on the second channel and you can share your opinions in a second when I get that post up. And there should be Unseen video. In fact, I think there is some interesting stuff in Unseen. We've got those Kyle Scarborough comments that we're going to take a look at in Unseen. Some interesting stuff today. So I'm going to run away and add a few more bits to that and get that video done. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us. I'm sorry this was not a better show. I do blame myself. But, you know, we've still had a good chin wag about wrestling for just over 4 hours. We are back tomorrow. We will be doing UFC. Should be a fun show. Rose Namajunas, Thug Rose, one of my favourite fighters, is in the main event. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of England chatter and maybe the odd little bit of wrestling chatter as well. Sunday, I'm probably out the picture. I'm not going to lie. Sunday is about the game and then me drinking either happily or sadly, depending how things go. So yeah, but we'll still be getting some unseens and things up over the weekend, and of course keeping our eyes peeled for any Wyatt 6 tweets. Lovely. Right, thanks a lot for watching, my friends. Have a great evening wherever you are, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.